médiatique, on peut dire ça comme ça? Oui. Alors, je vais te laisser dire un peu qu'est-ce que tu fais, puis après, je te poserai quelques questions sur le symposium, puis le travail de commissaire.
Je suis artiste interdisciplinaire, comme tu as juste dit. Je travaille à Winnipeg, Manitoba, puis je viens à travers la danse classique. Après ça, un undergraduate en danse contemporaine, puis je fais une maîtrise en beaux-arts. Puis le travail que je fais maintenant, c'est vraiment entre le vidéo et le corps. Alors, c'est plutôt en performance en temps réel, mais aussi je fais des projets, des performances juste pour le vidéo. Yeah.
Peut-être que ça serait pratique si on voit un extrait, comme ça on va savoir qu'est-ce que c'est. Fait que c'est présenté en fait derrière. Vous pouvez regarder. Ouais. Tu peux nous dire peut-être c'est quoi en même temps?
OK. Bien, c'est des extraits d'une performance que j'ai fait première en 2009. Puis c'est un duet entre moi et le webcam. Alors, il y a des projections derrière moi, puis toute la vidéo est faite en temps réel. Et c'est vraiment une pièce au sujet de l'identité virtuelle et comment l'ordinateur sert comme outil pour construire notre identité, faire un archive of your identity, puis utiliser l'ordinateur comme un miroir pour réfléchir sur notre identité. Yeah.
Fait que ça, c'est vraiment un vidéo. Mais est-ce que tu le présentes devant des gens ou en performance ou en...
Le projet a plusieurs manifestations. Celui que j'ai présenté le plus, c'est un solo qui est 60 minutes dans un black box, dans un théâtre. Mais aussi, je l'ai fait dans des places d'art visuel ou même des warehouses. C'est assez flexible. Mais aussi, il y a plusieurs des vidéos, des short videos qui peuvent être programmés dans des festivals de vidéo ou mis dans les galeries. Alors, il y a plusieurs façons que le projet est présenté. Yeah.
Est-ce que tu préfères le présenter dans... Là, c'est plus ça qui joue, d'ailleurs. Fait que... Attends, peut-être si... Je vais juste l'arrêter.
Yeah.
Excuse-moi.
Yeah, j'attends. Le temps réel.
Désolée. Yeah. Alors, est-ce que tu trouves que, comme, on va dire comme commissaire, il y a vraiment une grosse différence à le présenter? Tu dis soit dans le style galerie ou dans le style sur une scène, dans un endroit de performance, on va dire, de spectacle, quand on insiste plus sur la danse que...
Yeah. Non, il semble que la réponse aux performances change given the different conditions du public, oui, ou aussi comme des critiques aussi. Quand c'est présenté comme un danse avec la média, c'est toujours regarder qu'est-ce que c'est pas comme un danse, comme chorégraphie. Mais vraiment, c'est un pièce. J'aime pas trop interdisciplinaire, j'aime plus comme intermédia et performance. C'est plus une conversation entre les trois médias qui existent, le son, le corps humain sur la scène, puis la vidéo. Alors, ça peut pas exister, ouais, exactement, ou juste avec juste le son et la vidéo, ou juste la performance. Alors, je trouve, quand le voyeur ou la personne qui voit la performance, quand il take it as a complete work, comme un travaux complet. Quand tu as l'idée que c'est danse, des fois que ça veut manquer des choses pour toi. Yeah.
Oui, ben oui, c'est sûr que finalement, c'est le travail de commissaire que tu fais, d'agencer les trois, puis que ça donne un travail complet. Yeah. C'est ça? Yeah. Tu dis qu'il y a du son, là, on l'entend pas, mais est-ce que tu veux nous dire un peu... Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Yeah. C'est un peu comme un collage des différentes sources digitales. Il y a pas mal du texte durant la performance aussi. Pas mal. There's a fair bit of text. Puis c'est tout pris des des vidéos sur YouTube, vlogging, like people's video logs, des diaries, qu'il fait des vidéos juste qu'il parle au sujet de ce qui se concerne ce jour-là. Puis, c'est dans pas trop dans cette vidéo, non, mais durant la performance, il y a plusieurs, c'est tout construit au sujet des petites, des vidéologs that people do, comme make-up tutorials, qui fait le maquillage, les enseignements de maquillage, puis les vidéos qui parlent au sujet de the weight loss or muscle training, juste le changement du corps et le processus. Fait plusieurs vidéos sur ligne comme ça. Alors, c'est ça qui est vraiment fait the frame pour la performance. Yeah.
Donc, tu travailles avec des matériaux qui existent déjà, dans le sens pour le son, oui. Mais pas pour le vidéo, oui. Pour les images, oui? Okay.
La vidéo aussi, comme le petit extrait que tu as vu, il y avait des quick, rapid YouTube searches. Puis aussi, il y avait des vidéos des femmes qui dansent. En fait, il y a un programme, un software que tu peux avoir sur ton ordinateur qui a des, they're called desktop dancers ou desktop strippers. Puis chaque jour, tu peux mettre comme alarme ou tu peux mettre comme at random. Ils vont venir sur ton desktop puis faire une petite danse pour toi. Puis toujours un différent danseuse ou danseur. Puis alors, j'ai trouvé comme du raw footage des danseuses sur l'Internet. Alors, j'ai utilisé ce matériel avec des films, des clips filmés de moi-même pour faire un montage sur l'écran. Yeah.
Puis, vu que c'est sous forme de vidéo, est-ce que toutes tes performances sont sous forme de vidéo? Dans le sens, tout est est diffusable par vidéo, oui?
Les 3 solos que je fais des randonnées avec, puis ont pris le plus de temps pour développer sont certainement concernant le vidéo, le corps. Yeah, vraiment. Mais je fais des travaux avec d'autres artistes en performance aussi il n'y a pas de vidéo.
Mais donc, est-ce qu'elles peuvent se retrouver sur le web? Puis est-ce que tu trouves, tout à l'heure on entendait un peu dans la conférence que l'idée que c'est diffusable sur le web par les médias sociaux, par les médias plus électroniques, ça change quand même beaucoup la soirée, l'idée de soirée, l'idée d'aller voir un spectacle. Hein? Tu comprends ce que je veux dire? Dans le sens, est-ce que toi, tu trouves que commissarier une soirée ou en tout cas créer ta performance live, yeah. Il y a une dimension de plus, il y a quelque chose que tu essaies de créer de plus que par le web. Je ne sais pas si tu me comprends bien.
Non, je comprends. Oui, parce que j'ai essayé de faire des performances sur ligne sur une plateforme Chatroulette qui est devenue vraiment populaire en 2010, je pense. J'ai fait quelques performances sur Chatroulette. Alors, en cette forme, c'est one-to-one, one person to one performer. Ça te laisse avec une expérience vraiment différente et des fois un peu épeurant. Asks a lot of vulnerability d'une façon différente qu'être un espace de performance, qui est construit et à des conventions que souvent we understand when we enter. Toujours de l'écran, it takes away a lot from the experience of a performance. Le corps en 2 dimensions, puis pour le spectateur, comme tu dis. Yeah.
Peut-être une autre question. Est-ce que le fait que tu travailles justement, toi, tu es un bon exemple parce que tu travailles avec le son, l'image, vidéo et le corps. Est-ce que, puisque les pratiques sont pluridisciplinaires, beaucoup aujourd'hui, ce qu'on entend, les exemples qui sont utilisés ou les gens qui sont ici, c'est beaucoup interdisciplinaire, pluridisciplinaire, ce qui fait que les soirées, finalement, il y a beaucoup d'agencements à faire entre ces différentes pratiques-là. Tandis que peut-être qu'avant, on était plus habitué à voir un spectacle de danse, une performance. Donc, il y avait peut-être moins de travail de commissaire à faire. Est-ce que tu penses que tout le concept et la théorisation de commissariat, peut-être que ça vient un peu de là, que maintenant, on a comme un nouveau besoin d'agencer une soirée, de créer sous un thème ou sous je sais pas, d'agencer plusieurs pratiques, tu vois? Penses-tu que c'est un peu nouveau dû à ça, à cause de la pluridisciplinarisation?
Yeah. Je trouve des fois que c'est un peu difficile comme inter-art. There's multidisciplinary and then there's inter-arts. Puis pour moi, des fois, c'est pas toujours considéré quand on met des différentes disciplines ensemble. And they're both sometimes speaking too much at once. Un peu en conflit. Puis, mais, yeah, je suis pas sûre que I'm answering your question. Yeah. Yeah, de plus en plus, il y a certainement des programmeurs, de presenters, commissaires qui mettent des différentes formes en relation, des artistes en relation qui peut-être n'étaient pas leur choix naturellement, you know, like when you just work between peers. Des fois, ça vient des vraiment intéressantes conversations quand tu es mis à rencontrer un autre artiste d'une différente discipline, à le choix de quelqu'un d'autre. Yeah.
Et toi, tu es tout ça en même temps, finalement, en une personne.
Pour certains travaux, oui, mais certainement, j'ai fait beaucoup de collaborations avec différents artistes en musique, mais aussi en performance. Comme je travaille comme danseuse pour des autres personnes, puis j'ai travaillé en théâtre, en collaboration. Mais le travail que je fais le plus avec, c'est mon propre, puis c'est dans le studio, solo, beaucoup dans la tête. À la fin, ça devient une performance. Ouais.
Puis, est-ce que là, tu es là pour les 3 jours ici, pour la conférence? Ouais? Puis, qu'est-ce qui t'intrigue? Qu'est-ce que tu aimerais apprendre? Qu'est-ce que tu voulais entendre parler sur le commissariat?
Pour moi, parce que je travaille aussi comme artiste, mais plutôt comme artiste, mais je suis aussi co-curator d'un festival en Winnipeg. Le contexte est faire un pont par l'art contemporain entre Islande et Winnipeg, ou en fait Canada. Il y a une grande population de personnes d'origine islandaise au Manitoba. Puis, it's an artist-run festival. Et pour moi, l'idée de curation en performing arts, c'est assez nouveau, or newly adopted, you know, much more used in visual arts. Alors, ça m'intéresse comment c'est, how it's talked about, yes, how it's applied. And aussi pour moi, comme commissaire d'un petit festival, co-commissaire, yeah. Il y a plusieurs personnes. C'est juste une intéressante dynamique entre comment et pourquoi tu fais les choix que tu fais en programmer un festival ou you know, initiating residencies or co-production projects. De réflexion, de nouvelles informations et aussi comme des expériences. Je veux entendre des expériences des autres présenteurs, commissaires. Yeah.
Bien, merci beaucoup, c'est très intéressant. Bonne chance pour ta pratique future, puis bon symposium. Merci. Alors, on va continuer avec Pascal et je te laisse présenter.
Parfait. Merci. Hi, so I am here with Santi Smith. Could you possibly tell us a bit about yourself, please?
Sure. My name is Santi Smith, and I'm the artistic director and choreographer for a company called Gahawi Dance Theater that I founded in 2005. The work that I focus on is contemporary performance with a strong focus on dance and music and design. I am Gayangahaga, which is First Nations Canadian Mohawk Nation, and so my work focuses on cultural perspective, stories, vision for contemporary expression.
And what brought you to the symposium here this year?
Well, I found out about the symposium through Dean DeVita, who has been a colleague of mine. He's presented my work at Tangent, and I keep in contact with her. And I was just talking with her about what she was working on and what I was working on, and I have an important moment in my development of creating and producing a full-length solo piece. So I was speaking to her about that, and then she mentioned the symposium, and that it would be a great idea for me to be here, because not only as the artist and an artistic director, I'm also, promoting my own work, also being a part of a larger community of what's happening nationally and internationally in the performance community. So, I like to be a lifelong learner. I like to hear different perspectives and sort of the state of the field, what people are thinking about, and dialoguing with other artists and curators and people who are doing lots of interesting research into different approaches.
And as the artistic director, do you feel that the role of being a curator comes into play with the selection?
It does come into play being an artistic director, because I'm making programmatic choices, and we also work in community, inviting artists to come in to work and collaborate with us. So it's choosing and having a vision for something in particular. We do some intensive training and creation lab work. So then I curate the instructors that come in and share their work with us, and so that's a process of envisioning what you would like to share, and because my work has been focused on my own choreography, I'm not curating a season that's involving lots of other choreographers, but I do have lots of collaboration partners. So in that way, there's a curation element as well.
Now, having the whole symposium being about curation and curating, we have lots of different definitions that are being thrown out. Do you have one yourself for what a curator is?
Well, I don't have a specific definition. I have a general sense of what a curator would be. Somebody who has a vision. And that's, for me, I think that's, when I think of a curator, it is a person who has a vision for whether it's a festival or a series or a season. And that vision can change from time to time, or it can be thematic. And then it's their job to bring in and seek out artists to support that vision. So in a way, it's a very creative process, because it's very similar to being an artist, because, the vision is really important.
Mm-hmm. And as far as artist and curator, there's a lot of talk of, is the curator an artist themselves? Mm-hmm. And how do you feel about that one?
Well, that's what we just sort of touched on. I think a curator has to have a vision. So that's, for me, being an artist, you generally have for me, it's important to have a vision. And curators may not necessarily be art makers, but they are, within their creative choices, are affecting what gets seen, how it gets seen, what artists are pushed to the forefront, which aren't, how the audience is brought into the art experience, and so there's a lot of dynamics that are at play. So it's not necessarily just about art making, but it supports. I think it is a collaborative. It is a creative process that they go through.
A lot of work on context, basically, and bringing that from just the context of the location, but also the socioeconomic, what's going on in the world context. And then there's discussion of the curator's responsibility, or artistic director or choreographer's responsibility to the work itself, or to the public, or to the institution in which they are presenting. Do you have something to say on that one?
There is a responsibility, and I know within sometimes I run into, because of the work that I do, it's not it's sort of in a way not categorized. And so for me, even part of me being here and my interest in being here and listening is to hear people's perspectives of why they're programming certain works, or this has a very specific vision, and then thinking about that, and well, how does my work play into that vision, and knowing that, well, hey, my work will never fit into that festival because of its doesn't match the curatorial vision of that festival, the programming choices that they're making. And then in a way, I mean, that's great that there is strong vision, but at the same time, it's how can you break down some of those barriers, or the gatekeeping kind of power dynamic of what's getting presented, how it's getting presented, and who is it getting presented to. And I think within Canada, like for example, I'm the only First Nations person at this event. Oh, wow. Out of all of the dance that's happening in theater in Canada, I'm the only artist who's working from a First Nations perspective. So in that sense, other issues come into play for me about representation and equity of, well, it's not equity really, it's just access to being presented, or work being supported that doesn't fall into, say, mainstream concepts of contemporary dance, or that somehow things can be categorized that exclude you from being a part of the process.
And I find out there's a lot of stress put on labels and definition and fitting into a box and then if it doesn't, there's the other category. And there's been a lot of talk about the difference between contemporary performance and contemporary dance. Could you tell us a bit about the lines between the two, or the lack thereof?
I have a completely different perspective again, and it goes back to sort of my understanding of dance and performance, and from a cultural perspective. So some of the interesting topics, I think, presentations, for example, Michelle Steinwall's, I found very interesting because it's something that I can relate to completely because of the sort of cultural context that I already have in the way that Indigenous people look at performance and the way they look at performative acts within community, in that there is no separation between audience and performer artists, and that now it seems like that's like the new, like the new thing. Well, how do we get audiences involved? But so the sense of performance is always been a little bit different from my perspective. And contemporary dance, for me, is more of a Western-based term about having a performance generally on stage, and dance kind of had been previously separated out from other genres, but now it's being more open to interdisciplinary collaborations. So, I mean, there's a lot of different elements, and the difference between contemporary performance and contemporary dance, I think for me, those lines have always been blurred. So for my company, it's interesting. We're removing the word dance from our marketing because it's not really what we do. I mean, it's body-based, but it's performance that we do. It's performative, and it's not just about dancing bodies.
It's no longer about having the training and the leg up in develope as high as it can go. Now, something that was asked of us in our class that I'm taking at UQAM on curating the performance studies, we were asked to give 3 words to define performance. I may ask you to do the same. If you can take a second to think about it. But 3 words that would define performance to you.
Exchange, energy, transformation.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the symposium. Thank you. So we will continue on with our next guest, with Lorraine. She will follow me very shortly.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour. Bonjour, Michael Trent. Bon, excuse-moi, j'allais dire de présenter, mais en fait, peut-être tu pourrais présenter rapidement ton travail pour qu'on sache, pour que les gens sachent qu'est-ce que tu fais.
Avec plaisir. Je suis Michael Trent, le directeur artistique de Dance Makers, une compagnie de danse contemporaine à Toronto. Et je suis le chorégraphe en résidence aussi. Dance Makers existe depuis 40 ans. On fête notre 40e anniversaire cette année. Merci beaucoup. J'ai 5 danseurs qui travaillent avec moi dans la compagnie. Et justement, on vient de juste faire un projet avec 5 danseurs de la relève. Alors, avec une distribution de disques, qui était vraiment un super beau projet qui s'appelait Around. Et voilà, j'ai terminé ce spectacle dimanche passé.
Ça t'est présenté juste à Toronto, hein?
Oui, pour l'instant, mais on espère pouvoir voyager avec ce travail si les diffuseurs en sont intéressés, épatés par ce beau travail.
On espère. Alors, donc là, on est au symposium sur le commissariat des arts de la scène. Qu'est-ce qui t'intéresse là-dedans? Pourquoi est-ce que tu trouves ça pertinent de venir ici en tant que chorégraphe et directeur artistique, bien sûr, de la compagnie?
C'est très pertinent pour nous parce que cette année, on vient justement, la semaine passée, d'annoncer un énorme changement chez Dance Makers. Dans la façon qu'on crée du travail et dans le contexte dans lequel on crée notre travail. Ça s'appelle en anglais The Incubation Production House Model, qu'on a dévoilé la semaine passée, dans laquelle on va inviter 3 artistes pour venir travailler avec nous comme en résidence pendant une période de 3 ans chacun. Des chorégraphes, des artistes chorégraphes en danse qui vont travailler avec nous pendant une période de 3 ans. Moi, je suis en principe le premier artiste en résidence cette année. L'année prochaine, on invite une 2e personne pour venir, un 2e chorégraphe, et en 15-16, une 3e personne. Et ça va être à ce moment-là qu'il va y avoir 3 artistes en résidence en même temps. Puis alors, à chaque année, on va inviter un nouveau artiste pour venir nous joindre. Alors, c'est-à-dire que dans chaque année, il y a quelqu'un qui est dans sa première année, sa 2e année et sa 3e année. Mais par la suite aussi, on a décidé d'inviter ou de créer un nouveau rôle de commissaire chez Dance Makers. Et cette personne va être responsable pour faire la sélection des artistes en résidence et de plus vont travailler en sorte que de faire ce genre de connexion entre le travail et un public de façon plus spécifique, selon vraiment les intérêts des artistes en résidence et à partir de leur pratique comme telle. Alors, c'est de développer une articulation qui est très spécifique de chacun de ces artistes envers un public qui est plus, qui est allé chercher plus spécifiquement.
Tu veux dire de mieux connaître le public ou d'agencer plus le travail avec le public? Je suis pas sûre de...
Un peu des deux. C'est-à-dire que on a le désir de pouvoir chercher un public qui est plus... qui suit un projet de façon plus longtemps. C'est-à-dire pour chaque projet qu'on va faire, il va y avoir une période de incubation qui dure pendant une première année, une première tentative, une période de travail de 4 ou 5 semaines, par exemple, avec un moment avec un public. Puis entre-temps, pour 1 an, par la suite, où le projet va être entamé pour faire sa production finale, on va avoir l'opportunité de vraiment aller chercher un public qui soit intéressé par le sujet du travail du chorégraphe et de commencer à développer vraiment une conversation, un dialogue qui est très spécifique avec des gens qui peut-être normalement ne seront pas nécessairement intéressés à la danse contemporaine ou qui ont très peu d'expérience. Et c'est de vraiment ouvrir le montant de conversation, d'élargir et d'approfondir la relation avec notre public.
Wow, c'est un gros travail de longue haleine. Puis, donc, le commissaire, à ce moment-là, il va comme chapeauter un peu les 3 chorégraphes. Puis l'objectif, est-ce qu'il y a un objectif, en fait, ou c'est plus le in progress qui vous intéresse, ou il y a vraiment un spectacle à la fin présenté qui est un travail conjoint des 3 chorégraphes, qui serait un travail conjoint des 3?
Non, c'est pas... En principe, je ne veux pas déterminer pour l'instant s'il va y avoir des collaborations spécifiques entre les 3 artistes en résidence, mais j'imagine qu'il va y avoir un genre de contamination entre les 3 artistes, selon soit leurs intérêts, leur processus, la façon qu'ils dialoguent ensemble, selon toutes ces étapes, pour voir s'il y a des genres d'intérêts en commun ou vraiment des choses très différents l'un de l'autre qui va peut-être encourager un travail plus profond. Mais c'est clair que pendant les 3 années de résidence, chaque artiste va créer 2 œuvres majeures qui vont être dévoilées devant un public, mais chacun de ces œuvres va prendre 2 ans de création avec une période, comme je dis, d'incubation l'année d'avant, avant la première.
Merci. Puis, ton travail en ce moment, par exemple, la dernière pièce qui a été présentée à Montréal... Voilà, merci. Est-ce que tu considères déjà qu'il y a un travail de commissaire d'effectuer, dans le sens où souvent la présentation est un peu particulière, le public, les entrées, il y a de l'improvisation, les danseurs aussi prennent partie beaucoup à ton travail? Est-ce que tout ça, l'agencement de tout ça, selon toi, il y a aussi un côté qui est très performance, l'utilisation d'installations, on peut dire presque. Y a-t-il quelque chose là-dedans qui déjà se rejoint?
Pas nécessairement, non. Le travail que j'ai proposé avec Love Loss touche à plein de choses que tu viens de dire. Il y a un gros côté improvisatoire. Le public entoure le plateau où les danseurs présentent le spectacle. Ce que je travaille depuis très longtemps, c'est avec un dramaturge, Jacob Zimmer, qui fait un travail vraiment spécifique avec nous dans tout ce langage, cette conversation de dramaturgie en danse qui existe depuis très longtemps. Au Québec, depuis plus longtemps que le Canada anglais. Alors, je dirais que le commissaire serait moins impliqué dans la création comme telle du travail, moins impliqué comme collaborateur dans la décortication de la chose, mais plutôt impliqué dans la conversation de comment trouver un langage parlé et écrit par rapport à l'artiste même pour pouvoir élargir l'impact du travail. Le spectacle que je viens de faire, Around, a suivi un peu les mêmes intérêts que j'avais proposés avec Love Loss, c'est-à-dire que le public entoure les danseurs. C'était un super beau projet où vraiment le sujet de la chose, c'était leur rencontre avec les 2 groupes, 5 danseurs de la relève qui se connaissaient un peu, mais que nous, on connaissait pas beaucoup. Alors, c'est ça le sujet de la pièce, c'était ce rencontre entre les danseurs de la compagnie, les danseurs de la relève et moi, et le musicien Christopher Willis qui travaille avec nous à partir de la première journée en studio.
Puis, tu dis, en fait, c'est drôle parce que tout le monde a un peu, surtout ici, une définition de commissaire très différente. Là, tu as l'air de dire que c'est plus un œil extérieur, en tout cas, peut-être moins partie de la création pure, on va dire. Est-ce que tu peux nous dire un peu, je veux dire, plus abstraitement. Parce que ce que j'entends aussi, il y a des visions qui vont décrire le commissaire comme un directeur artistique ou même comme, à la limite, plus en faisant partie de la scénographie, de la dramaturgie. Comme tu dis, c'est intéressant que tu différencies le dramaturge du commissaire. Peut-être c'est une explication peut-être plus dans tes pensées théoriques.
Je pense que c'est quelque chose que je suis en train de découvrir. Comme tout le monde, comme tout le monde. Puis c'est super intéressant. Jusqu'à date, on a passé le matinée à vraiment entendre des artistes et des non-artistes parler de cette notion de commissaire des arts, de la scène. Alors, on entend des rechercheurs qui font qui ont fait des découvertes par rapport à du travail des autres. Puis il y en a aussi qui sont vraiment impliqués comme commissaires eux-mêmes dans leur processus. Puis chacun décrit quelque chose de vraiment très différent l'un de l'autre. Il y a des choses qui se rassemblent entre les différents points de vue. Mais pour moi, ce qui résonne le plus, c'est cette notion de créer dans un contexte qui tient à bouleverser un peu nos notions de la création artistique dans un contexte social. Et que là où on en est dans notre existence, de notre façon d'être dans le monde, que c'est plus suffisant de créer dans un genre de vacuum qui n'est pas relié à une reconnaissance de ce qui se passe autour de nous de façon quotidienne. Puis pour moi, le commissaire, comme je commence à décortiquer c'est quoi, puis à articuler c'est quoi, c'est de pouvoir faire un lien entre le travail de l'artiste, les intérêts, la spécificité de la recherche chorégraphique dans un contexte qui va au-delà de simplement être présenté une fois, deux fois, trois fois avec un public qui rentre, qui paye un billet, qui vient voir un spectacle, qui sort du théâtre par la suite, puis qui n'a aucune, peut-être, référence dans leur expérience qui va au-delà de la belle expérience qu'ils ont eue à assister à un spectacle. Puis je commence à me demander, est-ce qu'on a une responsabilité d'être impliqué dans une démarche qui est plus élargie, qui est plus profond que ça? Et alors, c'est dans ce contexte-là que je réfléchis sur ce nouveau poste chez Dancemakers d'un commissariat.
Est-ce que tu penses déjà à quelqu'un?
Bon, il y a... Non, pas du tout. Mais à ce quoi je pense, c'est on est en train d'écrire le job description. Comment tu dis ça en français?
La description d'emploi?
Description d'emploi. Et on va choisir le commissaire à travers un comité. Alors, je cherche présentement, il y a des gens qui sont ici, qui m'intéressent énormément parce qu'on veut deux personnes de l'extérieur de la compagnie qui participent au processus de choisir le commissaire.
Okay. Puis est-ce que tu vois plus comme quelqu'un... Il y a beaucoup d'artistes qui se proclament, qui font le travail de commissaire. Est-ce que ça serait plus comme ça ou...
Je ne sais vraiment pas. Il y a des artistes qui sont même pas impliqués en danse, qui sont ici, qui m'intéressent. Je suis attiré vers les gens qui articulent très bien leur point de vue, qui ont une expérience ou une réflexion sur c'est quoi la commissariat des arts. Mais je ne suis pas sûr encore si ça va être quelqu'un de la danse, quelqu'un du théâtre, quelqu'un qui est artiste ou qui l'était artiste. Ça, je ne suis pas sûr encore. C'est à voir.
Puis, est-ce que tu penses que... là, toi, tu es plus en danse. Là, on parle de performance. Je sais qu'en anglais, performance, danse contemporaine, c'est un peu nébuleux dans le sens où souvent on l'utilise un peu pour les deux. Ouais. Est-ce que trouves-tu qu'il y a des différences marquées pour le commissariat en performance? Là, on n'a pas encore entendu, mais musique, je sais qu'il y a plein de domaines, tout ce qui est art de la scène finalement, mais par rapport à la danse particulièrement.
Est-ce que je trouve qu'il y a une différence entre performance et danse contemporaine? Ou
entre autres?
Je pense que de plus en plus, oui, ça commence à être moins distinct que cette notion de proposer quelque chose avec des artistes devant un public vient toucher plein de choses. Du texte chez des danseurs, plein de mouvements avec ceux qui sont en théâtre. Alors que ça, pour moi, ce qui est important, ce que j'ai articulé récemment, c'est cette notion d'embodiment. qui, à un premier niveau, implique ce qu'on pense être vraiment le domaine d'un danseur, mais pour moi, ça va au-delà de ça. Pour moi, embodiment, ça veut dire l'action d'être présent. Et pour moi, je peux voir ça dans un musicien, je peux voir ça comme le monsieur qui mange son petit déjeuner, son petit gâteau, là, que la façon qu'il travaille dans la précision, dans la chose, la façon qu'il est impliqué dans ce qu'il se recherche à ce moment-là. Puis c'est ça qui, comme personne dans l'auditoire, je bouge vers quelqu'un où je sens que ce travail est vraiment proposé à l'instant même. Que ce soit quelqu'un qui est danseur ou acteur ou musicien, peu importe d'une certaine façon. Alors, j'essaie, moi, dans mon travail, de proposer quelque chose, un intérêt à moi, ou ce que j'appelle un genre de virus que je lance dans l'espace. Je m'entoure de collaborateurs et on se dit, OK, c'est quoi notre responsabilité face à cette chose? Comment est-ce qu'on peut avoir une conversation à travers le corps et plein d'autres choses pour finalement avoir un point de vue qui est spécifique selon ce virus que j'ai proposé dans l'espace?
Wow, c'est intéressant. Donc, vraiment la présence du corps, la présence physique de quelqu'un, que ça soit un peu, peut-être pas toute discipline, mais en tout cas, on élargit les disciplines. Oui. Bref. Ah, ben, merci beaucoup. Merci. Bon symposium. J'espère que tu vas trouver ce que tu cherches et apprendre plein de choses.
Oui,
bonne fin de semaine.
Bonne fin de semaine à toi. Merci.
Alors, Pascal est allé chercher la prochaine personne. On va attendre qu'elle revienne dans un instant. Merci.
So I am back. I will be talking to Greg Selinger, who is in charge of Body Slam. Hi, Greg. I was hoping you can tell us a little bit about who you are and what Body Slam is.
My name is Greg Selinger. I'm a b-boy who recently graduated. Should I start again? Staring at the camera?
Right there. Right at the camera's fine.
Cool. Yeah, so my name is Greg. I'm a dancer from a background in b-boying, breakdance, and recently I've graduated from Concordia in the program of contemporary dance. And I'm really interested in how movement and voice can influence one another. And I've been organizing a collective called Body Slam. It's an instantaneous composition collective comprised of dancers, musicians, poets, all creating together without a kind of hierarchy. So everybody's in the space, everybody's getting on the mic. Basically, the idea is just to create feature-length shows on the spot, sometimes an interaction with the audience, just taking from as many sources of inspiration as we can to learn while we perform and to hopefully put on an awesome show. We're going to be performing at the ASAC conference on Sunday towards the end. The intention is to take in as many of the ideas as we can over the next couple days and try to make better sense of them while we're performing. So far, I've already been seeing a lot of the ideas that we've had in mind being brought up in different ways, such as a short and sweet last night. There were already some awesome things awesome pieces that did things, some crazy meta things like sampling people's voices and doing, I guess, curating in a sense back into the event these pieces that had already happened during the night. So I don't know. Like I feel it since already. It seems that so many of the things that we want to do have already been done before. I'm maybe even starting to lean away from doing a performance on curating. I feel it like it's already kind of being done in so many interesting ways here. This kind of meta curation. But yeah, we'll see what happens. We're just going to try to enjoy the conference, meet some people, learn, and I guess improvise on Sunday.
Now, as would you consider yourself basically a curator for Body Slam?
I've been considering myself a curator for Body Slam since I found out about this conference. I've been hadn't really thought about the term curating until this conference, but once I started to learn a bit more about the practice of curating being expanded to apply to performing arts, I started to think that I've been using the term artistic director most of the time when I apply to grants or describe to a lot of people what it is that I do for Body Slam, but I think I'm more of a curator than an artistic director because of the fact that I guess I'm the main administrative organizer for Body Slam, and I choose the artists that come to improvise with me. But yeah.
How do you choose the artists that you decide to work with?
It really depends. I choose the artists usually just based on either seeing them perform somewhere else and asking them to come to one of our practices or even just jump on stage with us. A lot of the people that I'm working with I've known for a while and have worked with before in different contexts. Maybe they've choreographed me before and now I've asked them to come be a performer with us. Sometimes it's really like a friend of a friend, like someone in the group will refer us to someone else awesome, and we just kind of snowball into this bigger and bigger group of possible improvisers. And it's different people every time. We kind of have a core group of people who've been practicing and performing together, really practicing also in the studio, so it's not just a performance collective, but we do have a pretty rigorous practicing. But yeah, we're constantly bringing in special guests, new people such as DJ Nons, who's going to be performing with us for the first time on Sunday.
And now you're talking about, you work with a lot of different kinds of artists. This isn't just dance. What do you think the effect of having a multidisciplinary influence on this, as opposed to if it were all just dancers, now we're working with all different types of artists. What do you think that brings to Body Slam?
Well, coming from a background in breaking, to have live music, a live drummer, and other funky people playing really gives me a different kind of feeling than just putting on a recorded track or dancing in silence. It's interesting to hear so many different styles of music. It's amazing to have poets that we're working with, because I think a lot of contemporary dance improvisers are speaking, but I think that it's very rare. I don't really know of any other groups that mix music, dance, and poetry, working with people who specialize in each of these disciplines. And dancers, they speak different than a professional speaker, a slam poet or another sort of poet. But so it's interesting, I think, to see the weaknesses of people. It's interesting for us to see not just virtuosity, to have poets moving with us in the space who come from a very different approach to movement. And I think it's great to be able to try to express an idea on the mic as a dancer, and then to have a poet to be able to put things into context, to be able to come in and be a sort of narrator over the piece, and to be able to bring their tools from poetry into the space. Because it adds, even though each dancer has a different flavor. Like myself, I'm more of the kind of awkward, trying to figure out what he's thinking kind of guy, whereas other performers in Body Slam, other dance performers from Body Slam, are either really great storytellers that have their story that they just put out there. Some people are a bit more ridiculous than I am, but definitely like no dancer that I know of really has the same sort of fluency with language as a professional poet does. So it's great to see, not just in terms of like adding another flavor, like the flavor of professional poetry, but the fact that I feel that I have people who can help me to figure out my thoughts a bit better because of the fact that they're wordsmiths, and I think that we help them to slam differently, to speak differently, because of the fact that they're not just in conversation bringing out text, but that they're in conversation with the movement, in conversation with the music. I think it's really interesting the way that these different elements, dance, music, poetry, they all become this crazy symbiote altogether.
Does because each Body Slam event is obviously very different, is there a theme for each one, and is it followed all throughout the performance?
Yeah, it really changes from one performance to another. Sometimes we have it quite clearly structured beforehand, where we're going to have, let's say, the first sort of piece of like 5 minutes will be a duo where Greg starts on the mic and Pascal's right next to him, and then improvise from there. And then we're after about 5 minutes, we're going to find a way for someone to come in on the guitar. So we might have, like, let's say, like 10 items like that kind of scored. Sometimes it's as simple as, like, okay, we're going to have, like, one of our last shows, we decided the theme would be wow. And you could interpret that how you wanted to, and that's basically it, just that one theme. Sometimes nothing at all, we just decide to improvise. So it really depends on both the practice, the process of the practicing in the weeks and months leading up to the performance, and sometimes the event itself. Like with ASAC, I feel like no matter how much time we put into trying to figure things out in the studio, I feel that the next couple days here at the conference is really where we're going to decide how, if at all, we're going to structure it. And I usually, even if we do have a set structure, if somehow when things start, it doesn't seem right to go into the original plan, usually we just go with what feels right in the moment and sometimes throw away the map.
Which is always fun to do, speaking from experience. Now, one of the last speakers was talking about how everything is online these days, and about how it's so easy to just go on YouTube or go on Facebook or anything and see a performance. How do you keep the importance of live performance alive with Body Slam?
It's a good question. It's a tough question. I think that because of the fact that it's about human interaction with each other as artists and the audience, I feel that it's so much weaker if it's if we're just looking at it on video. I feel that there's something so I think dangerous in a safe way, dangerous about improvisation, that you never know what's going to happen. But once it's on video, I feel that then it kind of loses that kind of potency.
Another question that I have is about, well, you are the face of Body Slam. You created Body Slam. It's your baby. Yeah, curator. So in theory, do you find yourself responsible for what happens on that stage? Do you find that it's in the ball's in your court as to what, not how it goes on, but once it's happened, do you find that it's a reflection on you, and how does that make you feel in relation to what happens on stage?
Yeah, it's something that does plague me on stage, that I'm trying to get away from. I mean, it can be positive at times. It can push me to not be so shy. And normally, I think if this was someone else's project, I might be more shy. I think I'm much better at how do I explain it? I think I'm probably a bit better at being at contributing my part to Body Slam, being the curator, being the I guess technically like the person who's in charge. I think that kind of responsibility allows me to catch up enough to be able to do my part. Whereas I think in a lot of other projects, I feel weird saying this, being broadcast right now and kind of wrecking my reputation, but I feel I kind of maybe drag my feet a little bit more when it's someone else's project. And then, but while on stage, I feel that sometimes it adds like an anxiety, which I think gets in the way of improvisation. I think sometimes it makes me kind of obnoxious rather than brilliant. More often than not, I think that feeling that okay, this is my responsibility, this is my baby. If the improvs aren't going well, it reflects badly on me. It's my fault as the curator. So I try to have as much faith as possible in all the different artists that I'm working with, because I'm working with so many artists that are more experienced than me in improv, or have many different things that they can bring to the table that I can't, that I'm still learning. So I try to, as much as possible, to let that need go and just observe the improv as much as possible, and to have faith in the people around me, have faith in the process that we do together, and to know that to be ready to jump in when I feel that it's a good time, but to also not always feel the need to do this, and to be able to more often than not stay relaxed and let them figure things out. Yeah.
And as performers, I know that you guys have rehearsals and so on, so you get to know each other and the way you work and how you react to one another. Do you give boundaries at all to your performers, or is it a free choice performance?
Sorry, in the practices or the performances?
In the performance. Well, both.
Okay, because in the practice it depends from week to week. We do a lot of long improvs, often without many boundaries. Often without any boundaries. We do a lot of improv exercises. Also, a lot of exercises that either I'll have learned from maybe a workshop at Studio 303, for example, from another choreographer or another performance artist. I'll ask other artists to contribute things that they know. It really depends from week to week. Sometimes I'll ask like a specific body slam artist to be in charge that week of organizing and facilitating the whole rehearsal session. Tough to find a word for it, whether it's a practice, a rehearsal, a happening. Yeah, the happening. Yeah. Yeah, it depends from week to week, but no, we don't just walk in the door and purely improvise for however long it is. We do find that doing specific exercises as well as having long improvs that are more similar to what we do in performance, that both are constructive.
Now, I've seen some of your work before where I know that you've left the page completely blank, where artists have the performers have the opportunity to do whatever, and I've seen them not know what to do with that. Do you find that that people tend to have more of a direction, or it changes if they're given parameters, as opposed to if they're just free to improvise, of course, with rehearsal?
Yeah, my ideal is to be able to create an environment for people to be as free as possible. As I'm getting a bit more used to organizing different things such as Body Slam, and I've learned a lot from my projects like Concordia that worked on these factors. It worked with having dancers completely improvise and talk while dancing, and not really know where the performance was going to go. Bringing mops on stage. Many nervous breakdowns on stage, yeah. I'm finding that there is something often interesting about a confused dancer, but at the same time, or more often than not, I find that some constraints do help, and I think that the more we practice together, the more that Body Slam that many of the same artists from Body Slam perform together and share time in the studio, I think the easier it is to have less and less constraints, because I think that we're better able to rely on just intuitively understanding what works and what doesn't. Like when Body Slam first started, it was much closer to pure improv, and I think that a lot of the time people didn't know what to do, and they would ask me after, like, if what they were doing was right, if it was what I wanted, and a lot of the time I wouldn't really know how to respond. I'd really try to encourage people to find for themselves the right answer to that question, and get a lot of blank looks, but I think more and more we're getting better at helping each other figure out a way that works for Body Slam.
Perfect. Okay, thanks very much, Greg. I think we're going to get back to the performances soon, but it's been awesome to talk to you, and I look forward to the performance from Body Slam.
Yeah, me too, me too. Thanks, Pascal.
Thanks, Greg. So I do think that we're going to get back to the keynote speakers soon, unless we have someone else. No? All right, so that is it for our live stream. We will check in with you guys later.
C'est tout? OK, ben je vais... Ouais, je peux laisser aussi, ouais.
En fait, ce qu'il voulait, c'est ça, c'est qu'il voulait qu'on n'arrête pas, tu sais, pour pas que les gens y
OK.
fassent comme...
Je vais quand même arrêter parce que là, pour le son, il faut juste que je règle des trucs.
Ah ouais,
puis
le son.
À moins que je le fasse là live. Tu sais.
Hey, so we're sort of starting to gather. If you can if you can come up to the front a bit and keep our nice people making presentations company. Do you want to say something, Laura?
Get your butts in gear, boys and girls.
You know. And so we're going to start with, okay, I'm going to focus here. So this is going to be session 2.
Auto curation, moderated by Ben Pryor, with various other presentations.
Okay, one little announcement here from Marc Pronovo. Those of you who sat at the thematic tables, they did some networking, taking down of addresses and phone numbers to exchange some more. So if the people who were at those tables want to start a list of names and phone numbers, that would be great. Please buy your eco cups. They're in the back. They're beautiful. Hello, everybody in the back there. We're starting. Woo! Oh, keep it light. Sorry, very light. We're starting now. Okay. Okay. I just want to say quickly, one of the 3 presentations coming up, Anglophones. Here we're either Anglophones, Francophones, or we are Allophones. It's going to be entirely in French, the presentation of Linda Gaudreau and her group. So if you don't have your headphones near, now is the time.
Hello. How y'all doing? Digesting? Are we awake? We're present. We're here. Everybody in the back. Hi. Okay, so my name is Ben Pryor. I'm a curator and producer of this thing in New York called the American Realness Festival. I feel like nobody back there is paying attention. Hi. We're going to start. Hello. Please be polite. Okay. Well, let's give it a second. Okay, well, so we're gonna get going. Our theme for this session is auto curation, and so I'm gonna introduce these guys, and then we'll just roll with it. So first up, we have David Bateman and Reggie Cabico. Great, I got it right. They're gonna be talking about cognitive dissonance and performative diversity in spoken word performance and curation. After that, we will have Linda Gaudreau, great, with Alexander and Roger. They're going to be talking about the series Out, and they're going to sort of do a conversation between them. So that'll be exciting. And then we're going to have Jacob Wren afterwards, talking about perverse curating. So I'm just going to go ahead and hand it over to these guys and check my time.
The subtitle of this is Curating Queer, and the cognitive dissonance reference comes from the theorist Frantz Fanon. As a queer white male, well, what is queer? I used to be gay, then I flirted with bisexuality, but I refused to flirt back. So I went back to gay, but then I got a bit of attention as bisexual in my performance piece. I wanted to be bisexual, but my father wouldn't let me, where I roller skated in a patio umbrella dress and stuck a G.I. Joe up my ass as a kind of anti-imperialist military metaphor against all kinds of colonization. That went very well. So I went back to flirting with everyone. Sometimes I've been a drag queen, so that made me straight, but only when I had sex with straight men who were a bit queer. Now I'm back to queer, and just the other day I changed my gender status on Facebook to neither, because there was no option to say both, and even both doesn't work because gender and sex choices can't be limited to 2 or 3 or 4. It's like when transgender activist performer Kate Bornstein once said to me in an interview, gender is like geometry, many geometric planes to play off of, so why can't I get a goddamn date? Or for that matter, an arts grant. I do get some, but you know, it's all kind of, queer is all kind of like my history of Canada Council funding. First I was a theatre artist, then I was interdisciplinary, then I was inter-arts, and then I was performance art, and then I was spoken word and storytelling. Now I'm stuck between storytelling and literary performance. What I really am is a frustrated, self-obsessed storytelling stand-up comic who can't get a gig on the Comedy Channel and can't write a poem under 10 minutes to save my life. But I'm also a disability HIV artist, so I am spared the job of saving my own life by ODSP, Ontario Disability Support Program, or as I like to fondly refer to it, odd dysphoric sexual pervert. ODSP will save my life for me. So what am I? I'm queer, and I also flirt with curation. As I approach 60 in my limited, reiterative, and heartbreaking experience, and when I say heartbreak, I mean the celebration of and the recuperative joy sought and gained through revisiting trauma and working through it in poetic form. In the context of this kind of happy-go-lucky, fragmented experience, there has been a tendency, particularly amongst the relatively stabilized identities of some straight white men, some of whom I have slept with, to doubt the parameters of my early trauma as a very young queer artist subject during the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and beyond in predominantly white southern Ontario. Responses such as, hey, there must have been some opportunities for you in high school, in theater, in art. Yes, of course, right, but they were really going to let me play Coco or Yum Yum or Nanky Poo in the Mikado and sing Titwillow in my deranged falsetto. I don't think so. Very early on in a conversation of this kind, I find myself referring to indirectly to what Eve Kosofsky-Sedgwick has called the open mesh of possibilities, gaps, overlaps, dissonances, and resonances, lapses, and excesses of meaning when the constituent elements of anyone's gender, of anyone's sexuality aren't made or can't be made to signify monolithically. These variant and undefinable categories of queerness that embrace yet move beyond into further trauma-based memories that cite extreme effeminophobia as part and parcel of the vast, fragmented category that we have come to call queer. Therefore, as I approach 60, I have achieved a certain amount of comfort in a body that continues to be betrayed by social and cultural categories and univocal assumptions about who I want to have sex with. Having spent almost 30 years reiterating in spoken word the memory of particular effeminophobic experience, I insist upon skepticism and constant revision as a constant artist and an infrequent curator of queer literary-based events. At a recent spoken word festival, I was asked to host in drag an evening framed by the title Edgy Women. I was flattered, delighted, and skeptical about the curator's choice of me, a biological male, to take on emceeing duties that would introduce the work of 3 biological females. Was the category being skewed with the addition of another layer of gendered identity, in a sense a triple or even quadruple layer, man as woman introducing women as edgy women? Was this a category becoming misappropriated, disrespected, lampooned? No, of course not. But the questions of categories still persist. And of course I could not refuse the extra fee for my additional hosting duties, as well as the opportunity to hire a Holt Renfrew makeup artist and buy a new wig as I continue my ongoing search for a late middle-aged feminine cross-dress look as I approach my 7th decade of living in a male body that has been consistently defined as feminine for all of my life. As Tammy Wynette said, sometimes it's hard to be a woman. And as I say in my spoken word 2/3 transgendered haiku dedicated to Miss Wynette, sometimes it makes me hard to be a woman. So when I come to a discussion of curating queer, my past and ongoing experience with queer gender-based trauma continues, and I am prompted to weave a self-comforting, socially discomforting web of quotes, affirmations, what have you, from the words of artists, theorists, and artist theorists I have come to admire over the past 30 to 40 years through spoken word, a kind of self-liberation from the categories that we often find ourselves confronted with as queer artists and curators. As American poet and activist June Jordan said, language is political. As a poet and writer, I deeply love and I deeply hate words. I love the infinite evidence and change and requirements and possibilities of language, every human use of words that is joyful or honest or new because experience is new. But as a black poet and writer, I hate words that cancel my name and my history and the freedom of my future. I hate the words that condemn and refuse the language of my people in America. These words help me to shake the core of my constantly refashioned core beliefs that I have struggled with, beliefs instilled through racist, homophobic, and classist strategies by family, educators, friends, and infrequent, part-time, confused lovers. Thereby shaking the core of the foundations of traditional, frequently whitened categories, and by doing so giving the curation and creation of my own work and the work of other artists for festivals, reading series, etc., a foundation of shaky ground to reside upon and perform, thereby lending to my curatorial politics a decidedly liberationist and functionally dysfunctional approach. After all, it is all about language and category. By loosening and intersecting categories, we may begin to blur and redefine these undefinable boundaries between various aspects of this ever-widening category we have come to call queer. But at the same time, how do we preserve and respect the boundaries and intersections that have been historically and culturally produced and reproduced around notions of the sexually identifiable, the sexually unidentifiable, and everything else? How do we find work that addresses this without erasing other work that attempts to address particular contemporary categories, such as gay or lesbian, that embrace, by degree, the notion and the word of the concept queerness? It's an impossible task that we are forced and eager to take on when curating any given spoken word literary event. Spoken word and slam as part of the many forms under the umbrella of spoken word, they tend to work against what writer-theorist Frantz Fanon called the, quote, core belief, when he said, quote, sometimes people hold a core belief that is very strong. When they are presented with evidence that works against that belief, the new evidence cannot be accepted. It would create a feeling that is extremely uncomfortable, called cognitive dissonance. And because it is so important to protect the core belief, they will rationalize, ignore, and even deny anything that doesn't fit in with the core belief. Or as Marjorie Garber said in her book, Vested Interests, Cross-Dressing and Cultural Anxiety, she refers to the term category crisis as a failure of definitional distinction, a borderline that becomes permeable, border crossings from one apparently distinct category to another. In the work I select, and the work I continually, in my own work, I continually try to destabilize my queer white experience by intersecting through verbal, spoken symbols and signifiers, race, sex, and class elements that blur and struggle against the conservative straight white origins that surrounded and destabilized me as a child. For example, from my long poem, Fried, recently performed last fall as part of the Canadian Spoken Word Festival, in a pseudo-autobiographical rant, I said, the grease-laden folds of his Kentucky Fried white skin-baked chicken parts, the cooped-up lives of the most delicious white meat I ever tasted on the racist streets of the tiny towns I inhabited as a child. I have run from those streets and into every arm of every body I could find. And you told me about all the restaurants you would take me to in a few years when you came of age and could run away together in Calgary because you deeply loved Buffy St. Marie's Indian cowboys and their big white hats and their big wide smiles. And you promised we would go to Ming and Pong and all those posh little martini bars that years later made me feel like I was a character in a racist movie of my own private life. And you had Googled photos of the hot springs at Banff and spoke of sacred ground overcome by artist residencies. 10 years prior, you bought crack cocaine in the mall parking lot where we saw Aunt Jemima at the Dominion grocery store selling pancakes with what claimed to be the real boat from the African Queen in the back of a truck, touring small-town Ontario from Wawa to Peterborough to Petawawa to Penetanguishene to Wasaga Beach and back again. These are the intersecting signifiers in any given spoken word poem, any given curatorial selection process that are essential as part of the decolonizing, decategorizing effort to queer spoken word art and art in general, while continuing to try to honor and acknowledge categories from the past that continue to require liberationist poetic modes in order to make our voices heard. Thank you.
David Bateman, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for David Bateman. Welcome back. When I say poetry, you say rocks. Poetry. 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 When I say spoken, you say words. Spoken. Spoken. When I say to be, you say heard. To be. To be. On the count of 3, I want you to yell out your favorite color. 1, 2, 3. And it sounds like brown. I am Reggie Cabico. I am not an academic. I'm not a theoretical kind of person. I'm a person who shoots straight from the hip and is very direct. I never thought that I would be a poet. I've always wanted to be a musical theater performer, but I got tired of playing Chino from West Side Story. So after I graduated from NYU, I was either going to be a massage therapist or I was going to go to law school. And, you know, it was the early 90s. I didn't know what to do. In the 70s, everyone wanted to be a rock star. In the 80s, everyone was a stand-up comedian performance artist. In the 90s, with the proliferation of multicultural literature that was booming, and with all of the writers of color, the queer anthologies and the Asian anthologies of poetry that were coming out, I thought, well, maybe I could do poetry and maybe I should just perform it. So I was going through a quarter-life crisis at the time. I was dating this older guy named Don, and he said, Reggie, you're not writing about us, are you? And I said, no, Don, I'm not, but I am writing a fiction piece about dating an older guy. The chapter's called Don. And then people would look at me and they would say, you know, where are you from? What nationality are you? These are casting directors. And I'd say, well, you know, it depends on what I'm auditioning for. Like if it's West Side Story, I'm Puerto Rican. If it's Miss Saigon, I'm whatever. But then I figured out it depends on what season of the year it is, because like in spring I'll get the Chinese parts. In June, I'll get the South Asian parts, and by August, I'm up for The Color Purple, the musical. The government asks me to check 1 if I want money. I say, how could you ask me to be one race? I stand proudly before you, a fierce Filipino who knows how to belt hard gospel songs played to African drums at a Catholic mass, and loving the music to suffering beats and lashes from men's eyes on the capital streets. Southeast DC with its sleepy crime, my mother nursed patients from 7 to 9. You tell me who I am, what gets the most money, and I'll sing that song like a one-man caravan. I know arias from Naples, Tunis and Accra, lullabies from welfare, food stamps and nature, and you want me to sing one song? I have danced jigs with Jim Crow and shuffled my hips to the sonic guitar of Clapton and Hendrix, waltzed with dead lovers, skipped to bamboo sticks, ballet kabuki and mime katakali, or Ribadurchi the Ramba and tapped in Pan Alley. And you want me to dance the Bhagavad Gita on a box too small for a Thumbelina thin diva? I'll check other. So, in spoken word, and when I talk about spoken word, I'm talking about the Poetry Slam. That was my very first poem at the Nuyorican Poets Cafe in 1993. And through spoken word, 5 minutes, thank you. I found a portal to a way where people can be themselves. And so as a curator, since performing and at the Eureka Poets Cafe, I've looked to the Poetry Slam where a poet has 3 minutes to perform her or his poem without music, costumes, or props. It's 3 minutes. And in those 3 minutes, I found out that that was America's political theater. It was art for social change. It has, you don't have to be a certain height or a certain way to do that. I was curating and bringing poets in an open mic called Writers on the Ledge, where we stood on the ledge performing poems. And for me, there is nothing more intimate than a poet performing his own or her own work before an audience, whatever that is. Currently, I live in Washington, D.C., and what I'm looking to do with spoken word is to reinvigorate cabaret culture. I think that I run a series called Latido, where musical theater performers and poets come together, because essentially you're both telling stories. And the kind of yearning and desire that comes in a musical theater or cabaret show tune is the same thing that happens within the Poetry Slam. This art form, which has been going on for maybe 25, maybe 30, 25-ish years, is not celebrated enough. Spoken word can, slam poetry can alter theater, and because it has no bounds. You see the pop-up poets. It's people performing regardless of the space. In Washington, D.C., there's a restaurant called Busboys and Poets that gives poets a stage and to perform their work. I'm currently working with a Universalist church where they're using the Poetry Slam, which is essentially a person testifying and giving his own gospel truth. And so I think this is my passion, and I hope that we'll be able to talk more when we look at this art form of slam poetry. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, guys. That was great. Okay, next I'm going to hand it over to Linda and company. We're going to give it a stage.
Bonjour. Donc, je vais laisser Aurélie expliquer un peu le contexte, parce que finalement, au lieu de faire une étude de cas, j'ai pensé que ça serait plus intéressant de discuter tout simplement de mes projets avec des collaborateurs avec lesquels j'ai travaillé. Donc, Aurélie, je vais te laisser faire une présentation.
Bonjour tout le monde, ça marche, je suis pas habituée, vous m'entendez? Donc voilà, donc en fait, comme vous pouvez voir sur le programme, la série s'appelait Études de cas de la série Out, donc les projets de Linda, Out of Grace et Out of Miss. Et en fait, on a décidé d'introduire les projets avec un petit slideshow qui va durer 5 minutes, que je vais lancer tout de suite, et ensuite d'avoir une conversation entre Linda et 2 artistes sonores qui ont travaillé avec elle sur les 2 projets, Alexandre Saintonge et Roger Télé-Craig. Donc voilà. Donc, tu commentes au fur et à mesure pendant le... Voilà, donc je vais lancer le slideshow. Il y a aussi du son, un petit son qui accompagnait une des installations. Puis je pense que tu vas avoir les images si tu veux, Linda. Tu n'es pas obligée de bouger. Ouais. Ok, c'est parti.
Ce qu'on va voir, c'est les photographies de Out of Grace à la Villa Hélène. On voit ici, entre autres, une œuvre de Alexandre David, une œuvre de Jérôme Fortin, avec fait, c'est les œuvres des artistes visuels et les performeurs dans chacune des salles en ce moment. Donc, ça s'est passé en 2010 à la galerie Guinéenne. Si on voit les trous que vous voyez au mur, en fait, c'était une installation de Yann Pocro, artiste visuel qui est maintenant. On voit ici l'interprète Pierre Bazinet. Je me sens comme un commentateur dans le sport. J'explique. Je pense que je vais vous laisser tout simplement regarder les images de l'expo avec Lina. Et puis, je pense que bientôt, on va voir le même projet en fait que j'ai repris ensuite à Louvain, en Belgique, et cette fois-là dans un musée. Je pense que l'idéal, c'est de vous montrer tout simplement le visuel, c'était quoi les projets, puis je peux vous en parler un petit peu plus dans le détail. Donc là, on entre dans le même projet qui s'appelait Out of Grace et que j'ai adapté cette fois-là pour un musée qui s'appelle le M-Museum à Louvain. Ce qu'on voit, c'est les différentes salles de la partie. En fait, le musée M, c'est un grand musée qui a été ouvert en fait en 2009 à Louvain, un musée municipal qui a une grande collection d'œuvres anciennes. Puis moi, j'ai choisi la partie du musée qui est avec l'art ancien. Et on a fait le projet, les artistes et moi, dans la partie, dans les 4 salles des œuvres anciennes du musée.
Pardon, on a dû couper le son parce que les traductrices ne peuvent pas traduire le français en même temps que le son.
J'entends la bande sonore de projet.
Peut-être expliquer les partitions.
Oui. Donc, ce qu'on voit, peut-être, on continue peut-être juste avant d'entrer. Donc, on est toujours au M-Museum. Ça, c'est ce qu'on voit, c'est les photographies de la performance qui a eu lieu là-bas en 2012. Donc, j'ai repris le projet que j'avais fait ici à Montréal en 2010, que j'ai adapté au musée en 2012. Donc, ça, c'est une photo, en fait, de la partie du musée qu'on voit dehors. Donc, on voit les 5 salles où les interprètes étaient présents là, pendant toute la semaine de ce projet.
Je pense à Out of Grace.
On peut passer, ouais. L'autre projet qu'on va parler aussi aujourd'hui, pour lequel Roger a collaboré avec moi sur la trame sonore, c'est Out of Nice, qui est complètement un autre projet. Donc, aujourd'hui, on est ici pour la série Out. En fait, donc, dans la série Out, il y a plusieurs projets. Il y a des projets scéniques, il y a des projets qui sont plus en art visuel. En ce moment, ma pratique est plus en art visuel. Donc, les dernières années, j'ai fait Out of Grace, qu'on a vu avec des photos, pour la galerie Guinéenne, pour le muséum. Et puis, tout récemment, j'ai de revenir, de présenter, en fait. Tout récemment, j'ai présenté un nouveau projet qui s'appelle Out of Nice. Nice pour Mies van der Rohe, l'architecte Mies van der Rohe, qui avait fait. Il y a beaucoup de gens ici qui ne viennent pas de Montréal, mais si vous avez la chance de vous balader un peu dans la ville, l'architecte moderniste Mies van der Rohe avait, dans les années 60, reçu des commandes importantes et il a bâti, entre autres, une station-service à l'île des Sœurs que pas beaucoup de gens connaissent. À un coin de rue de cette station-service-là, à l'île des Sœurs, il a fait aussi 2 complexes d'appartements. Et puis, en plein centre-ville, ici à Montréal, il a fait le Westmount Square, qui est une magnifique place avec 3 tours. Et pour le projet Out of Nice, ce que j'ai décidé de faire, c'est tout simplement de filmer les 3 sites. Donc, le site, la station-service à l'île des Sœurs, le bâtiment, un des bâtiments d'appartements et puis le Westmount Square. Et j'ai invité les interprètes, tout simplement. En fait, des interprètes, sauf Jocelyne Montpetit, d'ailleurs, qu'on voit en portion là, sur la photo. Mais j'avais invité aussi des interprètes avec lesquels j'avais fait le projet Out of Nice, Karina Iraola et Marie-Pierre Bazinet, à interpréter, en fait, à collaborer avec moi sur les films qui ont constitué le Out of Nice. Finalement, c'est une installation que je viens tout juste de présenter. Donc, par où on pourrait...
Il faudrait passer à la dernière exposition, la présentation à Londres.
Oui, Out of Nice, en fait.
Ouais. Parce que que le temps file.
Donc, justement, cette expo-là, ce projet-là, le Out of Greece, est devenu, en bout de ligne, une installation. Au début, je pensais que je faisais un film. Et en faisant le montage avec Marlene Miller, on s'est rendu compte qu'on tenait vraiment un projet qui avait besoin d'une durée, en fait, on voit des images justement de l'exposition, l'installation que je viens de faire à Londres, qui est tout juste de se terminer il y a une semaine. C'est la première fois en fait que je voyais le projet, parce qu'en fait, quand on travaille sur un projet en cinéma, ce qui est difficile, surtout quand c'est une installation comme ça où il y a du son, un travail sonore, et que ça se passe, l'installation se déroule dans 3 salles, c'est difficile de voir comment le son va voyager d'une œuvre à l'autre, comment ça va être reçu, est-ce que les images vont vivre ensemble en fait d'une pièce à l'autre. Donc, et je vois que ça marche super bien. Donc, je pense que là, vous avez vu le visuel de Out of Grace, qui est une exposition. En fait, c'est intéressant. On a toujours appelé ce projet un projet plus qu'une exposition. Out of Grace, c'était plus un genre d'expo chorégraphique ou une chorégraphie mise en exposition, parce qu'on a quand même, avec les interprètes, il y avait quand même un noyau d'interprètes important. Il y avait une vingtaine d'interprètes impliqués sur le projet. Pendant 5 semaines, il y avait toujours des interprètes à la Galerie Binaïlen à Montréal. Et à tous les 3 heures, la distribution, si on peut dire, changeait. Donc, il y avait de nouveaux interprètes. Il y avait un travail sonore qui avait été fait pour chacune des 5 salles de la Binaïlen, dont Alexandre Saint-Onge a fait le travail. Et je pense que
tout à fait.
Une question, ça va plus simple.
Du coup, justement, pour revenir peut-être tout simplement à Out of Grace, on pourrait commencer avec cette question. En fait, selon vous, quelle fonction joue le commissariat dans vos processus de recherche et de création, donc toi en tant qu'artiste commissaire et vous deux en tant qu'artiste sonore?
Pour ouvrir la conversation pour Alexandre et Roger, quand moi je fais surtout pour Out of Grace, plus que pour Out of Greece, quand j'ai le chapeau, on va dire, commissaire, parce que la directrice de la galerie m'avait invité comme commissaire, et finalement, je dirais que j'ai fait un travail commissarial, mais plus un travail d'artiste, directrice artistique, chorégraphe. En fait, c'est un peu comme les artistes qui m'ont précédé là, à la conférence. Les choses ne sont pas coupées au couteau. Moi, ce que je considère intéressant, en fait, ce que je fais, c'est que je suis une artiste tout simplement qui travaille et j'invite d'autres artistes à s'interroger aux mêmes questions que moi puis à répondre à ces questions-là dans leur médium. Donc, je pense que dans mon cas, en tout cas pour répondre à la question, le travail commissarial, c'est juste une fonction de plus du travail artistique. Donc, j'ai pas toujours envie comme artiste de répondre et faire moi-même une œuvre, mais des fois, j'ai une thématique, un sujet qui m'intéresse, puis j'ai envie de voir comment un autre artiste y répondrait. Et c'est là où je deviens commissaire. Pour moi, le commissariat, c'est vraiment juste une façon de faire de la recherche, tout simplement. Donc, ça m'intéresse de voir comment...
Oui, parce que dans notre cas, nécessairement, c'était pas un travail spécifiquement commissarial. Je répondais à ce que Linda demandait par rapport à la commission, mais ce que je trouvais intéressant par rapport à cette idée-là, c'est l'idée de mise en relation qui est omniprésente, du moins dans le projet Out of Grace, dans la mesure où il fallait penser davantage la mise en relation, peut-être que les éléments en soi. C'est mettre en relation différents éléments, mais la question de mise en relation devient primordiale. Dans le cas d'Out of Grace, le processus de mise en relation était au niveau chorégraphique, sonore et aussi au niveau de la lumière, organisé par exemple par une partition. La partition qui organisait donc dans le temps les différents éléments chorégraphiques, lumineux et sonores, mais aussi au niveau spatial, fait qu'un rapport de mise en relation spatio-temporelle, dans la mesure où, par exemple, le dispositif sonore, avec plusieurs haut-parleurs, était disposé dans l'espace, dans les différentes pièces, et la partition déterminait quels sons et quand il jouait dans quelle pièce, etc. Et donc, la partition organisait les événements sonores. Et en même temps, la partition d'éclairage fonctionnait sur le même principe, ainsi que la partition chorégraphique. Mais toujours pour créer des ruptures et des points de jonction et les accidents et les possibilités d'accidents que la relation peut créer. C'est ça que je trouvais intéressant. Tout ça en relation aussi au dispositif, les œuvres visuelles qui étaient plutôt fixes, qui n'étaient pas organisées selon la partition, mais j'aimais cette relation aussi entre une organisation spatio-temporelle au niveau peut-être des médiums qui étaient un petit peu plus spécifiquement liés aussi aux arts de la scène, son, lumière et danse, qui étaient organisés dans le temps et dans l'espace, alors que l'art visuel était placé, mais donc, il y avait déjà un dialogue comme ça par rapport à différents types de spécificités, ce que je trouvais intéressant. Mais aussi, ce que je trouvais intéressant, c'est de voir comment on a travaillé ensemble. Donc, le processus de collaboration même devient un processus de mise en relation. Et autant avec les artistes visuels, comment eux répondaient à cette contrainte-là d'avoir un son nécessairement qui vient teinter donc, la lecture de leurs œuvres. Même chose pour avoir des corps dans l'espace qui vient aussi interférer, mais aussi s'agencer autrement. Fait que je trouvais intéressant. Et pour terminer, par rapport à l'exposition, mettons, Out of Grace, à Leuven et à Binaelen, les mises en relation sont aussi différentes dans la mesure où, par exemple, à Binaelen, c'était des œuvres originales qui étaient créées spécifiquement pour l'exposition, alors qu'à Leuven, le dialogue était avec des œuvres qui étaient déjà en place, qui étaient déjà existantes. Fait que déjà là, c'est différent. Ouais. Et comme par exemple pour la conception sonore, on a fait 2 conceptions sonores complètement différentes. Justement, une qui était plutôt abstraite à Out of Grace, où c'est seulement des zones sonores dans différents registres. Donc quelque chose d'assez neutre qui ne teintait pas trop la lecture pour laisser beaucoup d'espace aux relations qui peuvent s'établir. Alors qu'à Leuven, qui était déjà un espace très, très, très chargé, très connoté, on a décidé d'utiliser beaucoup de matières référentielles, donc des musiques déjà existantes, des discours politiques, littéraires, philosophiques, etc. Donc, quelque chose qui est justement pas neutre, mais très chargé. Donc, juste cette comparaison-là entre ces deux projets, on voit déjà comment les mises en relation ont été créées complètement différentes. C'est ce que je trouve intéressant.
Le travail aussi, peut-être juste pour passer à l'autre question, mais le travail commissarial que j'ai pu jouer là-dedans, c'est plus au niveau d'une partition, comment j'ai mis en espace le travail des artistes visuels et comment les corps étaient mis en espace aussi, occupaient le temps de la galerie à Montréal et celui du musée à Louvain. Donc, c'est là où, en fait, la question aussi de comment le travail commissarial s'inscrit dans ma démarche, c'est aussi une question aussi de comment je négocie le temps, la durée dans les œuvres qui m'intéressent, que ce soit les miennes que je travaille. Donc, par exemple, pour la Binaelen, j'ai travaillé avec les interprètes. On a vraiment réfléchi à comment on voulait occuper, quel type de présence les corps avaient dans l'espace, dans les 5 salles de la galerie, d'une manière extrêmement différente d'une présence scénique. Et comment on met en espace aussi pendant 5 semaines, dans une durée, des œuvres visuelles.
Pour rebondir par rapport à ce que tu disais sur les 2 différences entre Out of Grace dans une galerie et Out of Grace dans un musée, on pourrait peut-être passer à la question, en fait, tout simplement, quelle analyse en fait vous faites, vous, sur les différents chapeaux et pratiques de l'entrée en fait, de plus en plus marquée des arts de la scène dans les institutions, dans les galeries, dans les musées. Est-ce que vous avez eu des expériences, soit avec Linda, soit dans d'autres partenariats qui vous ont marqué, des spécificités? En fait, quels nouveaux enjeux on remarque récemment?
Bien, personnellement, je trouve ça toujours intéressant de voir comment on peut encore une fois, en insistant sur le principe de la mise en relation et des transpositions possibles, je trouve ça toujours intéressant de voir comment, à travers l'exercice même et le processus de transposition, certaines choses sont en jeu et comment on doit s'adapter. Par exemple, pour moi, j'ai fait quelques expositions, mais pas beaucoup. C'est surtout des arts de la scène, mais beaucoup aussi de performances en lieu public, etc. Fait que déjà, c'est ça. C'est toujours différent. Chaque contexte, on doit transposer un truc. Ce qui est intéressant, c'est de voir quand on transpose une œuvre qui est spécifiquement faite pour un truc, comme on doit le faire in situ quand on le passe dans un autre truc. Comme par exemple, un truc qui est spécifiquement fait pour du frontal, etc. Quelque chose que tout d'un coup, ça se passe dans une salle d'exposition. Comment on va travailler l'espace différemment. Donc, dans cette transposition-là, il y a toujours des différences qui sont en jeu et certaines répétitions. C'est ça qui est intéressant, c'est de voir qu'est-ce qui se répète, qu'est-ce qui demeure, mais qu'est-ce qui change aussi. Puis les éléments de changement sont hyper dynamiques. puis peuvent être des outils d'écriture vraiment importants dans cet effort de transposition.
Parce que je vois aussi Ben qui me fait signe avec le temps qui... Pardon? 2 minutes? Oh my God. Oui, ça peut être intéressant. Donc, quelle différence faites-vous entre œuvre et projet? Ça, c'est une question qu'on s'est posée. Donc, je serais curieuse, effectivement, Roger, de voir.
Œuvre ou projet, pour moi, peut-être l'œuvre, c'est quelque chose qui serait perçu peut-être comme final, là où le projet, ce serait quelque chose qui est en mouvement, qui est en développement, qui rassemble plusieurs facteurs qui peuvent bouger, pas nécessairement continuellement, mais dans une genre de circonscription temporelle à laquelle on a décidé d'associer ce projet-là, là où l'œuvre serait peut-être quelque chose qui est terminé, qui est final. Dans ce cas-ci, c'est curieux parce que justement, Out of Mise, à la base, j'avais l'impression qu'on faisait quelque chose qui se rapprocherait plus de mon idée d'une œuvre, mais vu le fait que c'est devenu une installation, là où les 3 films coexistent dans le même milieu, ça reste quelque chose qui est ouvert et qui change continuellement de relations puis de dynamisme. C'est pas nécessairement final. Même dans n'importe quelle œuvre, il y a toujours l'interprétation, il y a toujours une transformation de qu'est-ce que... Il n'y a pas d'essence finale de toute façon, mais...
Je pense que la question une des questions que soulève le colloque pour moi par rapport à qu'est-ce que le commissariat pour les arts de la scène versus un commissariat en art visuel, et comment il se rencontre aussi quand les arts de la scène pénètrent l'espace du musée, des galeries. Mais il y a cette question-là, je trouve, que tu touches, là, qui est la question de la finalité de l'œuvre. C'est-à-dire, quand tu te retrouves en train de faire un projet dans un musée ou dans une galerie, il y a une question, encore une fois, je reviens toujours au temps, qui est totalement différente de celle de la scène, du temps de la scène, où il y a quelqu'un qui paye un billet pour voir un spectacle d'1h30. Donc, tu as une responsabilité aussi, il y a un temps monétaire qui rentre en ligne de compte, et tu ne travailles pas du tout comme artiste et comme commissaire de la même façon quand tu sais que quelqu'un peut venir quand il veut dans une galerie, dans un musée, voir un travail qui est beaucoup plus un projet en ce qui me concerne que des œuvres. Et aussi quand on a fait Out of Grace, ou quand je travaille sur mes projets de façon plus large, je pense que je me vois beaucoup plus comme quelqu'un qui initie un projet, qui fait une direction artistique à un projet, mais chacun a sa spécialisation, ses champs d'intérêt, et voir comment on peut chacun développer un projet ensemble. Ça c'est la partie, je trouve, la plus intéressante. Mais il y a quand même quelque chose qui est particulier, je trouve, quand même, aux arts de la scène par rapport au commissariat, et qui peut-être, dans mon expérience récente, en tout cas, quand on a fait Out of Grace au M-Museum, il y a quand même encore une incompréhension qui demeure dans les musées, particulièrement, de l'art vivant. On s'est quand même retrouvé des endroits où on ne pouvait pas changer, les performeurs avaient besoin quand même d'avoir leurs accessoires tout près d'eux. Donc, on sent que le musée est extrêmement intéressé, ces institutions-là sont extrêmement intéressées en ce moment à voir la performance, à voir la chorégraphie en leur mur, mais ils ne savent pas comment travailler avec les gens de la scène, comment travailler avec les gens de l'art vivant, qui ne sont pas juste des gens de scène, justement. Et ça, je trouve que c'est intéressant, puis il y a vraiment un dialogue. En tout cas, quand on était au M, chaque jour, on avait vraiment un dialogue, puis des stratégies qu'on essaie de développer avec tous les gens qui travaillent au musée, les gardiens, la personne à la réception, de leur dire, bon, il faut changer à un moment donné, où est-ce qu'on fait ça, où est-ce qu'on peut laisser nos choses. Donc, c'est simple. Mais aussi ton rapport physique en tant que performeur, si tu ne peux pas toucher les murs parce qu'il y a une collection d'œuvres anciennes, tu te dis, bon, OK. Donc, tout le rapport avec les œuvres dans les musées que le performeur a, il y a tout un protocole qui est assez lourd dans des institutions comme ça. Donc, comment on négocie de l'art vivant avec l'art visuel? dans le musée, surtout le musée, l'institution musée, parce qu'à la galerie Épinay-Hélène, on n'avait pas du tout ce problème-là. Il y avait une porosité, une réelle porosité entre le travail des artistes visuels et des interprètes et des performeurs de l'art. Voilà. En tout cas, je tenais à dire ça. C'est un enjeu important, je trouve. Bon, je pense que c'est tout. Hein. On n'aura pas... C'est dommage, j'ai invité des artistes formidables, mais je ne peux pas parler plus longtemps, mais je comprends, on est plein de monde. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Jacob Wren, and I'll just hand it over to him.
Yes, so this is this remote in my hand. I don't know which hand to hold it in. This talk I'm going to attempt now is called Perverse Curating. And perverse curating is a few different things. It's a page on my blog where I write down all the short thoughts I have or all the short thoughts I'm able to get down. It's also an idea for curating that I won't get into so much today. I don't know why. And it's also this talk in which I show a few of the short thoughts that I've had over the past 5 years, and say something about some of them. And much like a normal talk, you don't know what I'm going to say in the next 20 minutes. However, unlike a normal talk, I also don't know what I will say over the next 20 minutes. And I had one more thought about the title as I was coming here this morning, which is, it makes me think that curating, whatever we mean by it, has something to do with desire, and that curating is a desire to see different kinds of art in the public, to see, maybe art that, to see things in art that maybe we're not used to seeing, or in the sense that I like curating, or maybe to see art that we are used to seeing get more acclaim, which is maybe the side of curating that bothers me at times. And we will see what happens now. Much of the work I've made over the past 20 years has been about collaboration. And I try and think about collaboration in terms of everyone involved in the project is somehow collaborating to make it happen, or somehow, actually, I just thought, there's a singer from Vancouver, Dan Behar, who performed under the name Destroyer, that I like a great deal. And I met him, I know him now, but he has a line in his song that says, collaborators fuck us every time. And I listened to that song, and then when I met Dan, I said, I love that line in your song, because it reminds me of like working together with other artists. And Dan said, no, actually, I was thinking about in France during World War II, how they were collaborating with the Nazis. So I had it completely wrong. remarkable novel, The Transformation by Juliana Spar. Highly recommended work of literature. And there was a clear turning point in my work around 2005, 2006, where I'd always thought previous to that art had to be somehow ambiguous to be art, that an art that was didactic or an art that presented one clear meaning somehow wasn't artistic enough or didn't fulfill kind of my definition of what art was and wasn't. And I somehow, one day, I don't know what the trigger was, thought, no, why do I think this? Like, why can't art be didactic? Why can't art be polemic? And so I started, maybe the most known instance of this in my work is the book and performance Families Are Formed Through Copulation, where I try and convince the reader or audience member not to have children. I haven't been so successful in that undertaking. But one of the things I think I learned in this more polemic shift in my work is that if you say something clear and make a strong argument for it, it gives the viewer or the reader something to push against. And it, in a way, it gives them a kind of greater autonomy to disagree with you. And that somehow this ambiguity that I always thought was the most important thing in art puts the viewer or reader in a slightly powerless position where they're supposed to have maybe this transcendent experience, but that transcendent experience doesn't allow them the ground from which to push against what you're doing or against which to fight it. I have been feeling recently that maybe the only way to fight against capitalism is to rethink how we understand time works. Because I feel that built into an understanding that time only moves forward, in a way built into the idea that when we die, life is over and that's it, is a kind of anxiety around accumulation, that we have to accumulate things while we can. And I don't think I'm going to, I think my idea of time is very much the same as the standard Western idea of time. But I have this feeling that that's where there might be an opening to change things, which is very mystical, and I hate being mystical. I think this has something to do with the fact that I'm feeling old. I've always had a desire that the work I make be in some way politically radical, and that the work I make kind of change at least the people who witness it, their experience of politics. And yet, having made work for 20 odd years now, I see how often this is not the case. And yet I think what's important for me is that I don't let the reality of the situation get me down, let's say. and that this idea that you can do something, that things can change, is always, in a sense, in the realm of fantasy. And that having, let's say, one side of one thinking and one sense of one's life in the realm of fantasy, and one's, one foot in fantasy and one foot in reality, I think is, in a way, what you have to do to make things. And also that tension between one's fantasies of what is possible and the reality that is often tells you it's impossible. The tension created between those things is in a way where the action is. I've been talking a lot the past few years about a feeling of failure that I think is maybe part of my idea of what it means to be an artist. And more recently, after writing way too much about this feeling of failure, driving everyone who bothered to read it, crazy or not crazy, making them feel I was disconnected from reality. I had this feeling that my feeling of failure is something connected to being a straight white male in the year 2014. And it's just like the wrong thing to be. It's really a shame. I don't think I'm alone in this, in that I spend a large part of my time on the internet. And I have this feeling that the internet has really changed something about how I think about art. And in fact, like, I even feel like it more strongly, like the fact that the internet exists and we spend so much of our time on the internet has kind of fundamentally changed what art is. And I also feel that even though I feel very strongly that the internet has changed how art is, and the art needs to respond to the new world of the internet that we often live in, I don't know exactly how it's changed how art is. I mean, it must have something to do with pluralism, with how much seems available to us. I think this is something about my own work, and also something about kind of my fantasy for what curating is or could be connected to desire, which is that, in a sense, I feel the work I do is always somehow a structured improvisation, or somehow always about the tension between structure and improvisation. And somehow I think that any act of curating needs to entail both a solid sense of structure, or an idea of what structure is and means in that given context, and a willingness to be spontaneous and to respond spontaneously to whatever might happen. This is the most amazing thing that ever happened to me in a performance, where I was doing a performance called An Anthology of Optimism. and there was a part in which basically we asked the audience why I'm not more optimistic, and someone in the audience yelled, maybe the first song you ever heard was the wrong one. Many of these short thoughts I apparently had are of course quotations that came from other people. And this is also something I think about the world of the internet, where thoughts from other people and your own thoughts kind of blend together in social media. But also, I spend a lot of time like lying awake at night, like trying to understand like why my approach is so different from the other artists I know, or is it, or what are the similarities? What are the similarities that I see and don't see? And one of the conclusions I often reach is it's because I'm an autodidact. I'm untrained. I have very little school in art. And I'm not the first person to point out that autodidacts love quotations. And it has something to do with like, look, I read things. Even though I didn't go to school, I read all these things. I really did. Only like one sentence from each book. Thank you. I think it's very important that works of art be misunderstood, and that that they're presented in a way that allows for misunderstandings, and that creates a kind of a labyrinth of new ideas and interpretations that often come out of misunderstandings, and a kind of a critical intertextuality that always tries to get it right, I think can sometimes take away from what I most like about art. For me, this is really true. And yet, as I said earlier, so much of my work is about collaboration, and stubbornness can make collaboration more difficult. And really, for me, collaboration is always about trying to understand where I'm stubborn and where I'm open, and where the people I'm collaborating with are stubborn and open. And in a way, this is another way of saying it's about realizing what's important to me and what's important to my collaborators. I said this earlier. getting behind myself or ahead of myself. And I do, as often as possible, like to leave things unfinished. And I would normally end here, as I have 20 seconds left. But I'm going to do this thing, which might be totally wrong. But today is a strange day for me, in that my new book is being launched tonight at 7. And the talk is called Perverse Curating, and self-promotion is always perverse. And it's during the dinner break for this event, so you can squeeze it in if you choose not to eat, which is what I feel everyone should do. Thank you.
Well, thanks, y'all. That was, I don't know, I had a lot of fun with all of that. Maybe we'll see if anybody wants to start with burning questions, ideas, comments, responses.
C'est bien si tu peux just dire votre nom. Just say your name so we have it.
Yes, please. If you can get up and use the mic, that would be super. We have very strict rules about participation.
Please understand we have translators in the booth.
Well, now I wish it was more of an intellectual question, but I just wanted to know what that first song was that you heard that was the wrong one.
I don't know what the actual first song I ever heard was, but when the person in the audience said that, I mean, I travel like 6 or 7 months a year quite often and complain about traveling or like it, or I'm addicted to it. And then I remembered that my mother told me when I was in the cradle, she used to sing to me leaving on a jet plane.
Hello, thank you everyone. My name is Sami DeFrance, and I'm very happy to be here and to hear these presentations. There's something inside the comments this morning and today that make me start to wonder about I, you, and we. And it's kind of threaded through everything we've talked about so far. And it's terrific to start talking about race and sexuality and masculinity and maleness. You know, so it's really good to start bringing that into these conversations, these kinds of progressive ways. But I wonder if each of you could very briefly just offer, including you, like the sense of what's an I for you, what's a we, what's a you. There's always seems to be a they.
Regis doesn't know, he just said. That's what we're supposed to say, right, Jacob? I don't know either, but I'll take a stab at it and say that for me, in what I was presenting, the I, the we, and the you is always extremely problematic, and we have to constantly use the intersections I chose, because intersections in theoretical discourse are a resistance to saying, I know what you went through, because I had a similar experience. Well, no, I didn't, because I'm white and you're not white. So the I, the we, and the you is always a negotiation of those intersections rather than falling into what can become a very problematic, often white response to the I and the we and the you.
Yeah, I would, I mean, because you asked, say, shifting and problematic and uncontrollable, I think is a little what I think of those things. I don't know, at least in this moment here.
Pour moi, en blaguant, j'avais répondu à la personne, c'est la question de ma vie. moi, le je, c'est très difficile à mettre aussi, le nous. Mais en même temps, il y a beaucoup de, je sais pas comment, je vais dire un mot un petit peu vulgaire, bullshit aussi autour de ça, dans le sens, moi quand je travaille, honnêtement, j'aime bien avoir des je autour de moi, plutôt que des nous. Nous, c'est qui nous? C'est tout le monde. Donc, moi, j'assume pleinement ma position de je. Puis je veux avoir d'autres jeux autour de moi, puis on essaie de faire, pas nécessairement un nous collectif, mais on essaie de faire on peut-être, on. C'est ce qui m'intéresse.
For me, the question of we is a question of like, what is solidarity and how can you find solidarity? And I feel I've had very few experiences. I mean, I couldn't even define the term really, but I've had very few experiences of solidarity, and I've had many experiences of solidarity disintegrating or breaking down. And I wonder, like, what is the kind of the soil in which solidarity grows, or what is the conditions? You know, if I think about situations where solidarity is broken down in my life, what could have I done differently, or what could have society done differently that we could have maintained the solidarity in some way, or it could have shifted into a different kind of a relationship of solidarity. So I never, I say we a lot, but I never, I know what I would like to mean by it, but it's always a little bit disconnected from the experiences I've had.
J'avais une idée aussi quand tu répondais, Jacob, à vous. Ça dépend dans quel espace on est. Le je dans l'espace public est très différent pour moi que quand je suis chez moi. Donc, c'est la chose la plus difficile quand on se retrouve des je en train de travailler, il n'y a pas de problème. Mais des je dans un espace comme ici, là, c'est comme, tu dis, mais ça devient de l'égoïsme. Il y a plein de considérations morales qui rentrent en ligne de compte. Comment tu négocies? Je pense que le je n'est jamais un je. Ça dépend dans quel espace tu es. Le je, oui, si je suis dans l'espace public, le nous est pas mal plus important pour moi que le je. Mais encore une fois, ça c'est ma position à moi par rapport à ça. Donc dans le travail, le je, mais dans l'espace public, le nous m'intéresse davantage.
Naomi Jackson, just as a follow-up to Tommy's question, I'd like to know, what do you feel is the curatorial responsibility in helping to foster this collective dialogue around this concept of this diversity that is us? So what are the strategies maybe that you've employed, that you consciously employ to attain this kind of consciousness of the complexity of diversity?
Did you have anybody in mind to respond to that specifically, or? I'm not a presenter. I'm gonna.
I'll try to take a stab with a question. When I put poets together for a poetry reading, as I did in St. Mark's Poetry Project every Friday night, I would have to gather poets. I always wanted to find poets that were stylistically different and who did not know each other. I wanted to just see what would happen, and I just wanted to see, what would happen as a result. So presently I curate an international queer spoken word festival called Capturing Fire, and I wanted to bring DC queer poets together. I wanted to bring poets from Canada and from the UK. I think, we want to be as inclusive as possible. I think you can only do so much. I would love to have more poets internationally, but I think you just have to start with who you know, where you're at, and just to be open-minded. When I have an open mic, at Split This Rock, and it's a Friday night, and 35 poets have come all over the world to read. I try to find poets who have come the furthest away. I try to find poets with disabilities. I weigh that. I don't go in the order of sign-up. So I always try to see who needs to be heard, and I try to do the best that I can.
I do the very same thing. Anybody else? Questions?
Oui, ma question est pour Linda. Ok. J'ai peut-être manqué au départ parce que vous avez manqué de temps. Juste si vous pouvez prendre un peu plus de temps pour parler des idées de la série Out, ça m'intéresserait d'entendre un peu plus là-dessus. Ah, Marianne Bourget-Laporte.
Bon, la série A a débuté en 2009. L'idée, c'est de développer en fait différents projets qui, je dirais, j'ai commencé à m'intéresser au sujet de qu'est-ce que c'est être un peu en marge et je suis pas nécessairement une artiste engagée politiquement, je me définirais pas comme ça, mais c'est vrai qu'à l'intérieur du travail, quand je travaille, les questions de résistance à la culture ambiante m'intéressent fortement et c'est un moteur en fait chez moi pour travailler. Puis je pense aussi en vieillissant, je suis pas très vieille là quand même, mais c'est quelque chose qui est devenu de plus en plus évident. Et puis toutes sortes de circonstances aussi dans ma vie, c'est-à-dire j'ai fermé, j'avais une compagnie de danse pendant 20 ans, j'ai décidé, donc on dirait que c'était comme prémonitoire en 2009, out, moi-même comme individu, je dirais comme personne, je commençais à me dire comment on continue à vivre, comment on continue à échanger, à faire de l'art en ce moment avec une culture qui est de plus en plus homogénéisante. La culture, c'est pas quelque chose qui se passe tout seul, c'est pas une machine, mais quand même, quand tu es en art, surtout un artiste de la danse, je sentais de plus en plus une pression énorme. Donc, je pense que Out aussi réagissait ce sujet-là, la thématique d'être en dehors, me travaillait beaucoup. Donc, je m'intéresse à tout ce qui est en marge, qui ne fit pas, qui ne rentre pas dans le décor, mais en même temps, en essayant de travailler avec ce qui est là aussi. Donc, je me sens pas une artiste totalement rebelle, même s'il y a un côté de moi qui est assez rebelle aussi. Mais je m'intéresse aussi à inviter des artistes qui sont dans cet état d'esprit-là et dans cette sensation-là dans leur propre vie comme individu, puis comme artiste. Et comment trouver des formes à ça. Donc, pour l'instant, dans mon cas, c'est beaucoup plus un travail en architecture, en film, plus en art visuel où j'ai trouvé ma place pour donner forme à ces idées-là que sur la scène, où je trouvais que peut-être le cadre de 1h30, 1 heure, faire un projet de spectacle aussi, il y a quelque chose par rapport au Out, je pense, dans ma série qui revendique quelque chose qui est plus par rapport à présenter, quelque chose de plus direct, moins dans la représentation, moins dans le... Je suis extrêmement intéressée par le spectaculaire, par tout ce qui est artificiel, extrêmement construit, formel, oui, mais en même temps qui est beaucoup plus cru et direct et en lien avec la vie actuelle, l'économie, tout ce qui nous entoure, chacun de nous. Donc je pense que la série A, pour moi, est beaucoup plus reliée à notre environnement social et économique et financier dans lequel on vit en ce moment. Donc, réponse de moi.
Hello, my name is Kobe Rogers Hall. One of the Jacob Short's thoughts that I retained was agents provocateurs, violence and state repression. And I was just curious, whoever's inspired to speak to, in your framework, who are the provocateurs? What is repression? your relationship to the state or symbolic in this conversation.
This is a little bit connected to about polemic as well, but in 2006, I believe, I met this conspiracy theorist in Berlin, and I had this kind of conversion experience with him where I basically talked to him for 3 days straight without sleeping. And in this time, he really, really convinced me. And he was doing his PhD and his thesis was that any time there's been terrorism in human history, the state has been in there either encouraging it or doing it, or 9/11 was an inside job, this kind of idea of how these things happen. And that the reason they're doing this is because it justifies greater police repression, and the political violence serve the interests of increasing the budget of the police and of the secret services. And I still think that there's a lot of truth to this, but in a way, in the years since then, I've really wondered if you think that to be the case, then what do you do? And then, you get into ideas around pacifism, and do you need to have an absolute dedication to pacifism to be politically effective, or is it a case-by-case situation where sometimes pacifism is the best, and sometimes maybe you need violence, or I don't know. And I don't know how this relates to art either, or to presentation or to curating. But I do think it's something about, you read a newspaper and about a terrorist attack, and it's like these terrorists are these bad people in another part of the world who hate us. And it's like it has nothing to do with the actual reality of the situation. And then we're living in this kind of like unreality, like mediatized unreality. And if, to try and bring some more reality, I think about like how often, when you read a program of a festival, and you think, oh, that festival looks great, and then you go there and see how it all works behind the scenes and feel like, oh, it's not perfect. And there's how to bring more of the actual reality of any given situation into our understanding of the situation.
I've lived in Toronto off and on for the last since the 70s, so needless to say, I'm sure you all know that I feel that our mayor fulfills both roles, and within public office, and he's pitting us all against each other, which is both useful and terrifying at the same time.
We have time for maybe one more if somebody else has something.
My name's Nicole Meon, and Ben, you said you're not a presenter, and I'm sitting trying to figure that out because I feel you create great context, and for me, curation, presenting is about creating context, and you have a very specific aesthetic, you have a really unique way of doing things, and for me, that is a creative act and at the core of what curation is about. And so I just wanted you to talk a little bit about not being a presenter.
Well, specifically I meant in the context of this panel and discussion. It's not necessarily prepared for being on the spot, but that was what I meant in that instance. But thank you for the comments, and I appreciate that.
It's just that a moderator, in a sense, has a kind of curatorial mandate sometimes, and sometimes not. But if one could interpret it in that sense too.
Okay, sure. I didn't organize the panel or have anything to do with these people here, but we all just met. Anything else? Okay, well, thank you. Maybe we'll end there.
We have one little announce for you, and it's about our Twitter sphere. Here's our tweetmaster.
Hello, sorry I won't keep you from your break for too long. I'm just wanted to let you know that to sort of continue the discussions at the symposium, we have some social media. So if you'd like to follow us on Twitter, our Twitter handle is @ACAQ_symposium, or you can use the hashtag ACAQ 2014. Donc on a des médias sociaux. Oh, I've been translated. We're good. Enjoy the break.
And during the break, we're going to have a little 3-minute impromptu performance you will see, and it's the students from our first curatorial class at the university here. So it's coming.
bon, ça marche? Est-ce qu'on est live? Oui, always live. Good. Currently, I'm testing the sound. This is my sound testing. Beautiful. And we're live on all over the world right now. Okay, great. So I'm here with Colin Lalonde. Hi. Hi. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself? Just introduce yourself.
Yeah, I run a multidisciplinary art studio here in Montreal called Studio Porte Bleue. We're just trying to essentially kind of break down the boundaries that exist between artists and spectators, and trying to make sure that spectators can understand process and artists can have a greater connection with their spectators as well as the fact that artists can work with people who are working in different media so that they can push their own artistic practice forward.
Okay. Is it a studio or is it a performance space as well?
It's both. It's really just my apartment right now, but we're hoping to change spaces soon. But it is, it's a small space, but we make do.
And what drew you to the symposium this weekend?
Well, I did a lot of curation studies in my master's program. It was a master's in international performance research. And in Europe, there's a really large concentration on curation in general. And then when I read this, one of my friends and I, we submitted a dual paper together, kind of talking about the gesture of curation as like a research tool. We didn't get picked up, but but I just think it's great that the conversation's happening about performance curation, because it is like kind of middle zone that is gray right now.
And in the class that I'm taking with Dina, we've been looking for the definition of curator. Do you happen to have one yourself? And if not, a try at it.
No, I don't really have a single definition because, as they always go back to the etymology and they always talk about all these different reasons of what happened to the curator. The curator was once the one who was the steward and made sure everything was fixed and clean and stayed alive, and then it turned into this new artist figure who's contextualizing all the meaning of a bunch of disparate pieces. And then when you get into the performance art, you start getting into conversations of like, well, is a director a curator? Are all these levels of...
Or a producer, or...
Exactly. So is it the person who's choosing plays for a festival, choosing plays for a season, or choosing a bunch of different performance pieces or dance for a season or whatever, and having those in conversation with each other? Or is even the act of choreography curation? And all of these things become this big, messy conversation. And a lot of the people within my cohort were getting to the point where they were like, all right, now we need to just settle down a bit, because a curator is starting to mean just everything, and it's this kind of big blob that's taking over.
I've heard someone refer to as a curator as someone who has the job of meeting needs that are impossible to be met, aka it is an impossible job.
It's an ill-defined job, and that's part of what makes these kinds of conversations really interesting, but also infuriating, because we're all coming at it from all these different angles, and we all want something different from the symposium too. And you can see even in the way people ask questions that they want to just like pull it back to, let's bring it back to where I'm comfortable. Then even this last panel, you saw like how disparate all of them were, coming from these insanely different practices, all talking about curation, or at least falling under that umbrella of curation, which again, it's all wonderful and infuriating, the whole thing.
And then again, the umbrella of curation, if you try hard enough, you can, it's just in the way it's defined. It's to make it under said large umbrella.
I had one of my cohorts used to say God as curator, because you could just get to a certain point where just go all the way up and just say that, God is like ultimately God curator. Not like that pulling strings or anything. It's just that really when it comes down to it, these conversations can span into all these weird places, that it gets to a point of just like, well, can it just be anything?
And it's all just being labeled, right? It's all just different things with different words on it. I'd like to ask you about the artist as curator, or the artist curator or curator as artist? And if you fall under one of those categories yourself.
Yeah, well, I think as I was like, leaning towards the idea of like directing, because I direct theater, and when we started talking about curation within performing arts, I was just, this seems to be exactly what you're doing, or at least what I would do as a collaborative director. Believes that it's not just about, I say this, and this, which is the traditional director role, but then now we have these more, I guess you could call them curatorial directors who collect, like you make a collective and you facilitate the structure of how we're going to go about working together. And a lot of the conversations about what curator is that we've had today seems about how can we make it not a hierarchical relationship and level it out. And that idea of director who's trying to facilitate that kind of horizontal relationship seems to me curatorial in a sense.
And for your space, your studio space, how is it decided who performs or practices there, or do they come to you?
As of right now, it's basically me setting up a bunch of projects. But anybody who comes to the space, I say, well, if you have a project that you're interested in trying out, we're interested. So pitch your project. If there's at least some kind of really good jumping out point and I know that there's going to be something, I'm willing to have in the space to try new works out.
Now, can artists, can you almost do like an artist in residency in your space, per se?
Let's put it this way. So this summer we're having a colleague come in from Minnesota, and we're going to be working on three projects while he's there. So he will basically be there in residency because he'll be staying in the space, and we'll be working throughout that entire time together. So it's partially just collaboration with me, and you could also say that it's residency in its own way.
And then at the end there is a performance.
There's going to be 3. We're going to have one on oral history, another where we're dealing with food and performance and how we can eat with spectators, and a third in the future we're going to be doing a piece on Jack Kerouac.
Now I've been asking a couple people that I was speaking to today if they have 3 words to define performance for them. What performance is to you in 3 words?
Performance to me it has to do with liveness, proximity, kinetic energy.
Perfect. I like it. Well, thank you very much. It's been fun. Enjoy the rest of the symposium. Thanks. And we're going to start back with our next speakers.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Hey, perfect. So thank you so much, and we're going to begin again with a new group of people. Hey, good news. There's a water fountain in the back. And do you know, just une petite mistake, mais c'est juste there's a performance at the next break. It's a surprise. So if you're here, please, step forward and make the next group feel very, like they have company. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, I think let's just start. We're going to start. Thank you so much. This is called Situations. We got a situation.
We exactly have a situation. Hi. Can people come forward, please? If you're going to join. So one of the lovely things about this panel that's coming up is that the kinds of questions I think the last group really began to open up are very much embodied in the people who are about to speak. So we have a situation in the sense that while you can have the same language, people will very much be standing on very different ground, and how you claim that ground or what that might mean is a complex and interesting stake. So here we have one where one of our speakers isn't here. They're coming by video from Italy. We also have a second speaker who did not get a visa and will be therefore delegated. So we have some situations moving under our grounds. We'll have a wonderful presentation from Puerto Rican colleagues. And then, no worries. Dramaturg colleague from Leipzig studied in Leipzig and has been working in Tokyo. So we're going to get started. The first presenter is working on the public program as a performative curatorial act. This is a video from Valerio del Baglivio from Italy.
Good afternoon from London. First of all, I'd like to thank all the organizers for this invitation, and I would express my apologies for not attending in person the symposium. I'm sure it will be an occasion for exchange and discussion between colleagues, and I feel I'm missing something very interesting and important. As the title of my paper indicates, the public program as a performative curatorial act, I will try to classify the role of performative components in curatorial practices, and specifically to identify the notion of public program as a curatorial practice strategy per se. As a curator, personally, I'm not interested in performing arts curation, but rather in performance as a form of curation. As well, I'm not interested in art education, although I'm a PhD student, but rather in education as a form of art or education as a form of curation. That is, to put it another way, I'm interested in how certain inner elements of performance practice and certain elements of pedagogy can be used to generate curatorial projects. Today, by going back to new institutionalism debate and by describing the activity of some curatorial spaces in the MENA region, MENA is the acronym for Middle East and North Africa, my aim specifically will be to understand whether the combination of educational-centered events such as lectures, talks, and workshops with performative-driven elements can favor innovative participatory curatorial approaches. I have divided my presentation in three parts. A first introduction to my PhD research, mainly focused on new institutionalism and its legacy. A central part where I'll try to define the notion of public program, and finally a third part where I'll discuss some examples. My paper, as I've already told before, derives from my PhD research at Middlesex University in London, and it's focused on the relevant phenomenon of curatorial run spaces in the MENA region. As a researcher, I'm particularly interested in spaces that are currently proposing experimental combination of performance programs and educational activities as a groundbreaking tool for a meaningful cultural impact on local communities. The research originates from the analysis of the curatorial theories known as neo-institutionalism, which focused on the function of art institution as an active side of cultural critique, in part community-centered, in part laboratory, in part academy, to call the mission of the Museum of Malmo one of the most active centers in the field. New institutionalism promoted an idea of institution as a space for dialogue and participation rather than a showroom for passive consumption. Theories developed throughout the 90s by a heterogeneous group of curators in Europe, among whom it's worth mentioning curator Charles Esche, curator Maria Lind, and Jens Hoffmann, and curator Jonas Ekeberg, who actually invented the name of New Institutionalism. These theories were left unfinished due to the recent policy of cutting funds and aligning to the commercial parameters of the creative industry, to which cultural institutions are unfortunately currently subdued. Curator Claire Doherty distinguishes three key factors that cause the materialization of institutionalism in the 90s. First, the emergence of relational and social engaged practice as a critical dominant debate. Secondly, the fact that cultural experience becomes recognized as a component for urban regeneration. And third, she says perhaps this third part is the most significant. A generation of nomadic curators and artists emerged, and they started to exchange and circulate experimental models of presentation and art production. I agree with her, but I believe that she forgot to mention one other very important aspect. In the 90s, in fact, in Europe, we assisted to the rising of artist run spaces as a new model of cultural production. And curators and institutions who were part of this debate, in fact, not only borrowed techniques and theories from institutional critique, but also at the same time, in my opinion, from artist run spaces. What they did, they gave life to self-critical meditations on the functioning, organization, and administrative structure of institution, and in addition to the objectives and the programming of such institutions. Curators Charles Esche, former director of Malmo Museums and current director of the Van Abbe Museum in Eindhoven, and art critic Brian Holmes agree by saying that in the era of the decline of the welfare state, art institutions should become proper social centers for discussing cultural, current political and social issues. Unfortunately, the climate of passionate cultural debate around the role and critical function of art institutions, which animated curatorial practices in Europe for almost 15 years, was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of the economic crisis, which caused the decline of the welfare state and the advent of nationalist policies, not really prone to accepting position of cultural criticality. But that was not the only cause of the end of new institutionalism from my perspective. I believe, in fact, that that debate failed also in keeping the museum as the only designated place for the presentation and fruition of contemporary art. My PhD research aims to verify whether it's possible to continue an analysis of art institutions as places where new experimental form of curating activate a critical debate of contemporary society by simply shifting the attention from Europe to the south of the Mediterranean, in the region known as MENA. As Nina Montman claimed in her text, The Rise and Fall of New Institutionalism, Perspective on a Possible Future, Nina Montman was one of the key figures of this debate. She claimed that the southern hemisphere of the world is offering many causes for reflection. The lack of access to institutional facilities and public funds has given life to community projects which are characterized by their institution-forming character. Groups of young artists and curators with different backgrounds gather together to open spaces of civic associating, which a few years ago, from being informal places of cultural promotion to being subject able to propose a program recognized at an international level. A sort of spirit of action and form of agency that sometimes distinguishes context characterized by a lack of sources. Especially in the region of MENA, in Middle East and North Africa, but not only there. I'm interested in the area because as a European, we are neighbors, but I would also underline that South America is an important place to look at, and India, for example, in this moment. Well, in the region of MENA, a series of curatorially run spaces started their activity in the same years in which new institutionalism became established, from 1992 to 2005, 2006. Spaces such as, for example, Ashkala 1 in Beirut, or Apartment 22 in Rabat, Makan Art Space in Amman, Art School Palestine, and more, and recently Beirut in Cairo, 98 Weeks in Beirut, and MAS in Alexandria, propose experimental public programs able to combine participating cultural activities and innovative educational projects. These spaces have some characteristics in common. They base the majority of their programming on the logical forms, such as talks, lecture, and discussion, and they often organize artist residencies or educational programs. They often keep archives for the promotion of local art, and they have the capability to raise global funds and international expertise. In other words, in a short time, these spaces are reaching an almost institutional status. Furthermore, some of them are activating a new debate around the function of art institution. For example, Beirut in Cairo promoted a one-year research in collaboration with other two European institutions called What is an Institution last year. And the next year, independent studio program promoted by Ashkala 1 in Beirut is titled Institution, Setups, and Situation. But what kind of programs this new institution promoted? I'd like to introduce the second part of my presentation, focus on the idea of the public program as a curatorial practice. We saw that new institutionalism defined new institutions as space for dialogue and participation rather than a showroom for passive object consumptions. Also, the curatorial run spaces quoted before in the MENA region produced very similar models, using their spaces for community activities. But what are the characteristics of cultural programs promoted by these institutions and spaces? Did they really abandon conventional programming and exhibition making as we know it? And if yes, what kind of qualities these public programs should have in order to favor innovative participatory approach and critical debates? I believe they did abandon conventional programs by employing two elements that are very important in performance art: the notion of time and the notion of social context. And in fact, new institutionalism reformulated the idea of institution as a space producing mainly event-based or process-based or long-term research programs, and this is the idea of time, programs that favors a shift in visitor behavior back and forth between reception and perception and participation, and this is the production of a social context. But let's try to go deeper into this definition of public program. I'd like to quote Pablo Helguera, one of the key figures of socially engaged practice and head of education department at MoMA, who explained the notion of public program in various texts. He says, and I agree, that every public program generally falls into two distinctive branches. Artistic public programs, such as performances or screening, and educational public programs, such as talks, conference, and worship. None of these two elements alone provoke what we have already said before, a constant shift in behavior, in visitor behavior between reception and participation. And in fact, he proposes a third possibility, which is the combination of the two elements, plus another aspect that he calls non-content element, such as a party atmosphere, a dinner, an entertainment situation, or an informal structure. In fact, he continues, the educational element rewards the audience with personal advancement, and at the same time, the performative aspect can favor a different audience engagement through, for example, such practices as role-playing or enacting certain social rituals, or the share of personal elements. And finally, the third non-content element emphasizes a sense of communion. The combination of these three elements is exactly what characterizes some experimental programs in curatorial spaces in the MENA regions. I'd like at this time to give you or to discuss some example. In 2011, 98 Weeks, an independent project space in Beirut, started a project called Cabaret Nights. 98 Weeks is a research project space funded by Marwa and Miren Arsanius in 2007. And it conceived as a project that shifts its intention to a new topic every 98 weeks, that is, every 2 years. It combines theory and practice, and it proposed projects that take multiple forms such as workshops, talks, screening, seminars, reading groups, publication, exhibition, often combine them together. The cabaret night is a proper cabaret night. It's the stand-up night where the audience is invited to bring a text and not only to read it in front of the public, but also to actually interpret it and perform it. By following the Guerra analysis, the cabaret is the aspect of the non-content aspect in this curatorial project. The stand-up represents the performative aspect, and the choice of text composes a kind of bibliography. It's the educational element. For me, the cabaret night is a way to reinterpret the format of reading group in a different way, promoting a different engagement without avoiding to provide a constructive learning experience. Another example, in 2002, thanks to the curator Abdellah Kadroun, the Apartment 22 started its activity of promotion of Moroccan art in exchange with other realities through a dance program of residences in the city of Rabat. Kadroun started in 2007 also a radio station called, in fact, Radio Apartment 22, the first Morocco radio dedicated to contemporary culture and artistic practice. It was, of course, a way to expand the space of the little apartment, only 30 meters square, and to spread out the idea in the air. In fact, the radio station also travels around the world, invited by festival and other kermesses. And the radio is dedicated not only to conferences and conversation and talks, but also, and this is very important, on audio works and radio works that are often broadcasted online. Once again, this is a curatorial platform that combines education and performative practice. So, at the risk of repetition, I'd like to summarize what I've said, and it's exactly by combining education-centered events with performative elements that public program can favor innovative, participatory approaches, and therefore also rediscuss the functioning of institution as a social public space. Thank you.
Merci. Thanks a lot. Let's rejoin the stage. And I wanted to introduce the next person who is in fact not the scheduled speaker. So this is Rodney Désir, who will be delivering the text from our South African colleague. Are you ready? Merci beaucoup. Rodney is a performer, a local performer and master student, and with a dance background, I believe.
I can present myself if you want. Bonjour tout le monde. En fait, je me nomme Rodney Désir, chorégraphe-interprète, également médiatrice. Je ne sais les gens, let people need to put on the headsets. So, donc je me nomme Rodney Désir, chorégraphe-interprète, médiatrice culturelle également. J'ai ma compagnie qui se nomme Des âmes, qui agit principalement dans les réseaux scolaires. J'agis comme consultante pour les développements stratégiques de projets scolaires et également comme chorégraphe. J'écris mes œuvres, mes solos et voilà. Donc aujourd'hui, c'est vraiment un honneur de pouvoir prendre parole à la place de Ofonime Inyang, qui n'a pas pu être là avec nous. Et je vais lire son texte. So I'll be reading his document, but it's only about half the document that I'll be reading because all the information you'll be able maybe to get it on the website after the presentation, if I'm right, Dina? Okay. And I'll be standing up because I need to move. So, the incidental incursion of curating into the performance field appears currently mooted by new development in performance art and other hybrid practices. The performing arts curator is variously identified as a selector, a programmer, or curator, whose job entails a mutual facilitation of direct insights, planning, selecting, and representing. The role of the curator in this context shares a lot of similarities with the job of the theater director, choreographer, and/or conductor. Now, what's curating? Contemporary curators are summarized with a range of descriptive words as caretakers, facilitators, mediator, catalyst, contact providers, and collaborator or negotiator. The possibilities of curating in the performing arts appear to make sense, especially given the context of the admission by practitioners of curating in the applied arts field that there is a shift. Now, all the possibilities in the curating in performing arts, there is increasing innovation and advancement in contemporary artistic engagement and research that points to dynamics of change times and thinking. The enormous expression of the changing patterns and shifts in the artistic and creative fields is both a conscious and unconscious reaction to the dictates of the globalized environment. In the context and possibilities in South Africa, the current absence of a defining context of performing arts curating in Africa does not mean there is no possibility of a development in that regard. What is clearly obvious is the negligible interest and perhaps unconscious blackout of the field by scholars in the continent. Notwithstanding this scenario, recent development in South Africa is already providing gradual indication that perhaps performing arts curating or elements of the practice is beginning to develop in South Africa university-based festival. A look at the current state of the performing art industry becomes necessary before we embark on a more elaborate examination of this development. Now let's have an overview. The change in governance policy based on apartheid and the transition to democracy in South Africa in 1994 signaled changes in the operation of theater in the country. Prior to this time, theater was exclusive reserve of the white population, and performing arts generally dwelt and expressed only Eurocentric rotation. Ophonemes is talking with us right now. So active sites of performing arts activities like the playhouse and theaters were clearly marked for white-only patronage, and it was a taboo for a black person to go near a theater not to talk of watching a play. Performers and artists also observed strict rules of engagement on the stage where there was any opportunity to perform together. The State Theatre in Pretoria, a national performing art institution, maintained a policy of segregation that completely excluded black people from participation in performing art activities. Democracy has brought about radical change to the performing arts landscape in South Africa. Not only has apartheid era policy been expunged from the running of performing arts institution, freedom of practice is also bearing on the artistic atmosphere of the country currently. An unracial environment of access to spaces and resources that support the growth of the arts in gradually evolving and therefore expanding the scope and context of the South African performing arts experience. Theater troupes and contemporary performance outfits are now able to showcase their talents in different occasions, including state functions, for tourist purpose, educational and research purpose, and sometimes in sheer expression of the natural South African spirit of entertainment. Traditional musical, dance, and performing groups are gaining new impetus, and their production have further come to represent new expression of indigenous art from forms that were hitherto suppressed. Modern theater houses and performance space have also been constructed in locations such as Soweto that represent the hotbed of anti-apartheid protestation by the government in a bid to strengthen the development of the art in the rural localities, as well as creating memorials for the role that the performing arts played in the anti-apartheid crusade. Sirayi observed the performing arts scene in today's South Africa and concludes that contemporary Africa drama may therefore be seen as a meeting place of both pre-colonial African and European drama tradition. Many African playwrights in South Africa base their plays on oral genre, such as oral history, epic, myth, animal stories, integrating these with European drama traditions, such as an envelope auditorium, stage, scenery, lights, actor, stage direction, and playwright. Some African playwrights borrow their themes from oral forms mentioned above, while others draw on indigenous cultural practices, such as lobola, inkomble, yamakwira, initiation ceremonies, and the authority of parents over children, and combine them with European drama traditions. This illustration cites that Kruger refers to as a syncretism, a term that describes amalgamation and creative fusion of cultural resources, with particular reference to the plays of recent South African playwrights writing in English. All this goes to show that things have changed tremendously in the performing arts landscape of post-apartheid South Africa. The plays and playwriting have taken new courses and thematic preoccupation, unlike the plays of the past that dutifully idolize anti-apartheid credo. Current plays tend towards exploration of the challenges of the emergent nation, like poverty, corruption, in-governance circle, violence against women and children, the anxieties of unfulfilled promises, and the general problems associated with urban life. While the government pursues vigorously the task of redrawing the performing arts map of the country, the private artistic industrial sector still generally dominates by white creative entrepreneurs are also devising means of integrating transformation into their practice. Gervaiser studies the situation and observes a disparate attempt of Africanizing both their production and their audiences. The universities plays a very active role in creating a vibrant art scene in the country, not only through training, but also in active engagement in the staging of creative activities that enrich and enlivens the society. One of such institutions is the Drama and Film Department of the Trashnay University and Technology in Pretoria. Now, the Trashnay University and Technology, I'll be calling it the TUT. So the TUT Drama School has an artistic profile. The Department of Drama and Film, Trashnay University and Technology, TUT, started in the 70s from the early arts program development and maintained by the TAN Technikon Pretoria. According to Theron, the original aim of the department was to look at the performance training from a different angle by focusing and delivering career-oriented training. This original plan is still maintained, but with ample shifts in orientation to a holistic transformation into a research university in line with the university's status change in 2004 to a University of Technology. Situated in the Faculty of the Arts, which is located in an exclusive arts campus in the center of the business hub in Pretoria Urban, the Drama and Film Department works assiduously to achieve the faculty's vision of being a competitive faculty of the arts that nurtures creativity, innovation, and cultural understanding. The department runs 2 annual festivals, including the Rostrum Roulotte and Dear Actions, a creative avenue for advanced directing students to showcase their fledgling talents and learning outcomes. Now, the context and history of the Rostrum Roulotte Festival. The festival takes its name from the rostrum, a primary experimental theater facility owned by the department, and roulette comes from the quick succession of the plays during the fest. The rostrum roulette started originally as a practical examination component for bachelor's degree students in the drama program. Rostrum roulette is its present form as a festival developed in 2010. According to Dr. Jeanine Lewis, the festival primarily aims to showcase both final year arts administration and directing students in a practicum that consolidates the theoretical components of their training with a practice-based model exploration of real scenario building in industry dynamic. About the organization, the festival is fully managed by students with a lecturer facilitating the process. Each year's showcase is conceptualized according to the direction and goals the students desire to achieve in that year. The festival therefore adopts a flexible format to accommodate a diversity of concepts and ideas the students aim to achieve. The festival retains the following dynamics. Students conduct research and conceptualize how they want the festival to be in a particular year. Also, there is a provision for various levels of role-playing both in a management and participatory perspective and as a form of artistic engagement. Also, a committee consisting of students is set up and mandated to run the festival for the year. The members of the management committee are democratically elected, and they decide who should be the director or curator of the festival for the year from their fold. Students understudy other major festivals and relate the dynamics to what they showcase in a particular year. The festival organization has to be the experimental whereby students make mistakes and learn from them. Every year's showcase has to be different from what the previous year was. About the audience, the majority of the festival patrons are students and young people who are attracted to the festival form, their friends' participation in the performance, and also because of the low gate fee. The energy usually on display is a youthful energy, and most of the performance appear to capture the subjects that the youth can easily relate, like relationship, drug abuse, violence, rape, physicality, hip lifestyle, political satire, and various themes with direct relevance to daily experience in the South African society. About the impact, the festival is primarily a simulated workplace practice aiming for work-integrated learning, which is one of the core goals in University of Technology in South Africa. The possible principle of creating in rostrum roulette, according to the various sources cited above, revolve around some cardinal activities including collection, exhibition, organizing, managing, and research. These words are concepts are taken to represent the core elements that driven curating and so can also be applied to the performing arts setting. Based on this, it is necessary to link these activities to the Rostrum Roulette Festival to see how it aligns to curating. The festival involves a collection of plays and other performances by students of the department. These performances are art objects that are collected, assembled, and examined to ensure that they are suitable for showcasing during the festival. The collection process follows a rigorous collection criterion that ensures that what is accepted stands the test of time and is considered by the management team to be good enough to represent the artistic profile of the department. The collected arts works and performances are assembled and exhibited during the festival for public viewing. That exhibition process comes out of a rigorous planning process that aims to present the best festival outing for the department. Every exhibition requires ingenious use of space, design, and management of large number of people. The students constitute themselves in various teams that take care of security, audience management, sound and acoustic lighting, and marketing. Each of these teams generates concepts and ideas that ensure that the exhibition not only turns out well but offers satisfaction to the patrons who pay money to watch it. Now about the curator's role and its implication in rostrum roulette. The curator has been variously described as a caretaker, facilitator, mediator, etc., etc. These are roles that are synonymous to what the Rostrum Roulette Festival people are as organizers. The festival director is a performing arts setting also fit into the description. He or she acts as a caretaker, director in a performing arts setting also fit in that description. The director is also a facilitator who guides the process of planning the festival and working in concert with the various performance director and the artists to see that everything is in place for the successful run of the show. About the future, performing arts curating is rightly observed by different researchers is gradually moving up the ladder in modern arts circle. In the process, it is redefined the concept of curating, repositioning it and according its more relevance in the scheme of the things in the 21st century. In South Africa and in Africa by extension, performing arts curating is still a buzzword. It is yet to assume a place of relevance in the modern environment of arts practice. The South African Heritage and Museum Management Circle is yet to fully come to grasp with the significance of incorporating performing arts dynamics into curatorial services in the country. Notwithstanding the present scenario, everything looks already naturally configured to change. Recently, some tertiary institutions within South Africa, notably Drama Department of Schwageningen University and Ecology, have begun collaboration with the management of the National Museum in Pretoria to showcase performances that depict the apartheid history of the country. While this does not directly impact on the development of performing arts curating, there is ample prospect in future expansion into the different cultural institutions in South Africa. An early seed in South Africa is trusted to expand to other parts in Africa as South Africa geographically sits in the gateway to Africa from other continents. Also, the role of the Tube Drama in promoting performing arts curating can be extended beyond the present position, giving the right support. With the current effort in instituting a new diploma and postgraduate program in cultural policy and arts management, the route for the integration of performing arts curating into the curriculum will go a long way in drawing more local attention to its relevance in the field of creative scholarship. In conclusion, there are brilliant prospects in integrating performing arts curating in the scholarly focus of tertiary institutions in South Africa and Africa generally, as it can help in extending the boundaries of global understanding of the arts and creative industries in the continent. In suggesting this, the paper acknowledged the universities play very significant and central roles in the sustenance and development of the performing arts in post-apartheid South Africa. Apart from being trained center for past and upcoming practitioners in the field, universities remain critical to the daily practice of the arts in South Africa and perhaps remains the most active location for performing arts practice outside of the mainstream industry. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Rodney. C'est vraiment pas facile du tout de faire un texte académique comme ça en public, donc maintes fois merci. C'est gentil. Et bien fait, d'abord. Donc, bon, je vais changer de langue, voilà. Awilda Rodriguez-Lara et Marie-Alice Burgos Melendez vont parler aujourd'hui des esthétiques et politiques de la curation, curating. Donc, on commencera comme ça et je vous donne mon mic et merci.
Thank you. Okay, so we're about to start, right? And before we start talking for a long time, I'm going to suggest everybody to blow up a balloon. Why? Just because why not, right? Audience participation is always so exciting when you're curating something, right? So if you can hand them out, and what we're going to do with them afterwards is just a matter of a surprise. You can use your imagination from now on until 20 minutes pass by, and then find out what fun to do with a balloon. Blow it, use some air for that, or you can just pretty much take it home, give it to your child. Or, sorry, it's just hard to use hands and microphone. But if somebody can help me hand out some of the balloons. No, it's okay. You can just go ahead and hand it out. Thank you. So Marielis will start after I hand out the balloons, which Dina is helping me. Thank you.
Thanks for the assistance. So, my name is Marielis Burgos, a.k.a. La Jeva, and my friend over here is Awilda Rodriguez Lora, a.k.a. La Performera, and we are both, or we try to be, artists, researchers, and all that comes along with that, facilitators, and all in one package. So at this time, there's no expectations of reading an academic paper, so that gives us like a little breath, so we can recover on that. What we would like to do is to share our experience of our research, and we are going to do it by presenting it as a work in progress, because it's still a work in progress. And we do so recognizing all the challenges we have confronted in our quest of reuniting or finding resources, synchronizing efforts, interviewing people, and it has been like a journey of a year now since we started. And we also do so recognizing that it's very, very important to have an autocritical perspective of our participation, because we are not only researchers in terms of finding sources and information, but we are also doers at the same time. And that kind of duality or multiplicity, we have to face it and embrace it. So we present that humbly to you. So first, our first source is bodily experience, and we are very fervous about, or we want to point that's like our main source. So all the gathering of information has come from the experience of our bodies, either through our creative practices or through our relationship with artists in Puerto Rico. So that is our first-hand source, the body itself and the practice. By the hand of that, it comes oral history. And why oral history? Well, I mean, oral history meaning storytelling, memoirs, anecdotes, formally or informally gathered, like either in a hangout or a party or in a formal interview. And all oral history understanding the importance, at least in the Puerto Rican context, that our relationships and the relationship we have among artists give us, so we know what we're doing by telling each other. So we recognize that. On the one hand, we have the body as the experience, and on the second hand, we have what we tell each other and the stories and what we have lived in a narrative way. Along with that, and I think I said already, it is the creative practice itself, which stands as the core of the element of this investigation. And by creative practice, and this I will read, we mean an ongoing action intention to creatively achieve something, working within the context and its limitations and resources to take most of it and propose something else. In the process of doing this, we have embraced uncertainty and allow new discoveries. And it has been very important for us to recognize improvisation as a rigorous methodology to understand. So because improvisation, at least in the Puerto Rican context, is we face it in everyday life. So we live by improv, and that we have embraced as part of our research to honor that the knowledge is within our bodies and it comes from the experience of the body. So even though it will sound very poetic.
With all that said, it is important to clarify, where do we come from as individuals, as collaborators? Marielis and I are both currently living, working, and practicing in Puerto Rico, which most of you might know, perhaps don't. It's an island in the Caribbean Sea, a commonwealth of the United States of America since 1898. We share the same currency, the same federal regulations and citizenship, among other things. But we have a local administration, which is not autonomous, even though people like to think it is. A different language, a specific history of colonization, and a very different culture or cultural expressions. We both agree that the relationship between Puerto Rico and USA is extremely complex. And while we're not experts in the subject, it just takes a brief look at history to understand the segregation, exclusion, oppression, which Puerto Ricans have lived, experienced as part of this political, economic relation. As artists, particularly independent experimental artists, we are extremely aware of this relation and how it affects our work, including this in our decisions. It is from this critical awareness that we start digging in. What is curating performance in Puerto Rico? Ooh, big question, right? How does it look like and what does it propose? First of all, it is through our own work and through the unknown legacy of many artists that we have come to realize that the practice of curating, quote unquote, performance in Puerto Rico have been taking place for many years. For the limitations imposed by the context determines in many ways the political choices made while creating, presenting performance. However, we understand that curation, and again, between quotes, it is a highly loaded term, and we're not interested in circumscribing or circumcising to any definition we might have encountered about curation, but to highlight the work that diverse independent artists have been carrying on. Second, we aim to pay attention to the specificities of making art in Puerto Rico, which have demands that the artist performer become themselves the quote-unquote curator in order to show and share their work. Along with this, we think it is important to embrace the ongoing /moving /fluctuating circumstances that surround us. Therefore, diaspora. Diaspora stood up as a metaphor for describing that fluctuated state of being here and there. The relatively easiness with which we as Puerto Ricans could and can relocate, not without problematizing this situation. So these big words, you know, for English. Spanish is my first language. This fluctuating state of being is particularly important for the artists we have spoken with. And even ourselves, which we both have lived in and outside of Puerto Rico, particularly New York City. From that dislocated experience of relocation, we have questioned our cultural identities as Puerto Ricans, inside, outside the island. Our sexualities, our fears, our artistry, our history, and the context itself of the island.
So for the purpose of this investigation, we decided to pay attention to some experimental contemporary artists and some specific works initiative they have developed, mostly during the late 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. These artists are Eduardo Alegría, Gloria Llompart, and this is my friend, Awilda herself. Well, some of them, or I would say most of them, not necessarily consider themselves as performance artists, or curators. They do share 5 main things that we have acknowledged along the way. One of them is the use of their bodies in space as a motor of their work. The second is their interest in creating or sharing a common experience along with spectators. Their critical vision about the place they come from and its history. The fourth is the circumstances in which they have decided to carry on their work, and their awareness of the political impact of their work.
The artist, choreographer, and composer Eduardo Alegría, for example, describes himself as an embelequero, an artist that finds inspiration on the multiple manifestations and inspiration that surrounds him. That's kind of like what embelequero means, but it's a little bit more yummy than that, but that's the best we can do right now with the time. Just imagine we can do anything we want to do, which is going to come up. He developed a 2-part piece entitled Spooky Rican, which premiered in 1997 at PS 122 in New York City. Eduardo directed and choreographed the two sections of the work, Tereques, Des 7 and Busboy Love, which explore the Puerto Rican identity, nationalism, and other personal processes such as a nervous breakdown, all result of the change of context and his diasporic process. For him, Spukurican or Spukuriqua, that's a translation for Spukurican, emerged as part of his reality as a white Puerto Rican gay man living in the city, New York.
So the other artist is Gloria Yompar, which is a yogi. She's an improviser, and she developed this initiative called Danza Contacto in the late 80s, early 90s, and it lasted for like around 15 years. She is, I will dare to say, invisible in terms of her legacy, at least in Puerto Rico, as far as I know. And that's one of the reasons we have decided to speak about her, because she pretty much kind of brought to Puerto Rico the legacy of contact improvisation. She was one of the first people that started practicing contact improvisation with people. So she developed Danza Contacto, which was pretty much like a workshop of people who she directed. The workshop trained in contact improvisation. However, the pieces presented were mostly directed choreographed duets that used kind of the basis of contact, but were not necessarily like pure contact improvisation on the spot. So that lasted for like around 15 years, and it was informed. The motivation for Gloria Yompar to start doing this kind of work in Puerto Rico, were the things she got her master's outside Puerto Rico. It was in dance. She traveled to Puerto Rico. She settled. She went to Cuba, and she experienced in Cuba how much things people were doing with even less resources of what we had in Puerto Rico by that time. So when she went back home, she was like, we have to do something. We cannot complain about what we don't have or what we have or whatever. So we have to keep on going. And that lasted for at least 15 years till she decided to go back to the States, and now she's still in New York City.
And the third artist, which is funny enough, or I don't know, it's myself, Willa Rodriguez Lora. And what I created together with another artist in Puerto Rico called Dama Estrada, we created this event called the Chamacas, which in English will be translated to the girls, or the gals, or something like that. It's really a cultural slang from Puerto Rico. And what we did, we created this event that was mostly inspired in creating a space for women to really show their work without any censorship. And we invited all type of disciplines, from performance artists to visual artists to theater, music, and even female DJs. There was created a space that was the gallery, and then there was this performance space, and they were in conversations throughout the whole evening. This started in 2011. I had moved to Puerto Rico in 2010, and I realized that I didn't have a space for people like me as a queer woman. So together with Dama, we've decided, let's just create the space. And that was kind of the context of why we did it. And then in the process of doing so, we realized how much it was needed for us queer women. But we also knew that it was not a space for just women, but it was also for the queer community itself. So it became a little bit bigger than what it started. But yes, we do believe in creating a work team, a production team that is all women-based. There's all women, including from the bartender, security, and our artists. And that went on for 2 years, and it was also, we both, Dama and I, lived in New York, and so we had been in other spaces in New York City where the diversity of our expressions of identity was really celebrated. So kind of like that background was what made us come to Puerto Rico, be in Puerto Rico, and be like, okay, we need this space. We need for people to celebrate who they are and have a good time.
And I think I would like to add to that, this just came to my mind right now as you were speaking, is that at least one of the initiatives, one of the expressions of the Chamaca was in an affiliation with a non-profit called Proyecto Madria that used to, it is still working, but it specializes in the economic development of survivors of domestic violence throughout the island. So that was, I think it was the first one, which was an initiative, which was like kind of collaboration with a community-based organization, and then this other initiative, which that encompassed another community. So, like Eduardo, Aguilda, and Gloria, there are many artists that are in constant flow between producing, creating, regardless of the challenges of the context. And as Puerto Rican artists, as I said before, I think we are an all-in-one package phenomenon. Artists, producers, teachers, shakers, cultural entrepreneurs, activists, educators, mediators, servers, and all along the way. But it happens more by accident than by choice. Therefore, in order to make the work happen, we have to embrace what Eduardo Alegría called an embelequero. So we are pretty much embracing that identity of a do-it-all kind of them. And the same story goes for us as performers, researchers. That we started envisioning this project of visibilizing this great artist, and we along the way we were like, hey, fuck, how are we gonna get to Montreal? We have no money. So in that process, we developed this thing that we call brunch performance, and we might need the internet to be the screen to put this on so you can see it.
Yeah, take a second.
We need it in the bigger screen, so our colleagues here, perfect. So basically, the brunch performance is an initiative, is a fundraising initiative that we just created. We started like, oh, let's do something to do a fundraising to get some money to go to Montreal, because I mean, we need to do this. And we're like, well, a brunch is not enough. What will we do? So then let's do a brunch performance. And this thing came along. So we we just have a 10 seating space. First of all, it's in our living rooms. We invite people to come to our houses. And we have a common table. It's a huge table that we can just fit 10 people. We cook for them, we serve them, and we dance, we perform. We just create this space of celebration, kind of an absurd thing going on where perhaps things don't make change. Even music is curated, and the music that we have chosen is mostly from the era of the 90s, mainstream or popular culture in Puerto Rico, which kind of it keeps vivid the memory of what was happening along the way, and all the songs of the merengueras or the merengue singers and all that going on. So it happened twice in Santurce, which is where Aguilda lives, and it happened once in my house. For this performance, or brunch performance, we embrace or embody these two female alter egos, which are part of ourselves. Mine is La Jeva, as I said it before, and hers is La Performera. And I don't know if you want to continue.
Yeah, I think that going back to the beginning of the statement that Marieli was saying, in the process of doing the work and doing the research, we realized that one main thing was to find the money to come and show the work that we're going to research. And that having to be said, it just became a monster on its own to try to, how do we get there? How do we do the work? Because we are both having our own struggles, personally, professionally, in Puerto Rico, and trying to do. We're performers, we're artists, we're scholars, we're all of this, and there's a economic context that has to do with it. And there's this idea of autogestión, of really finding this sustainability within yourself to be able to do the work. But in that process of trying to do the work and to survive and bring the work here to Montreal, we realized that we ourselves were becoming curators, becoming producers of this space, time, and share moment and this share experience. And in doing so, even though we didn't know that was what we were doing, we were just trying to serve people, cook people, and make people happy so we can get the $25 per person. That's $250. 4 of them is $1,000. Yay, we can make it. Of course, things came along, and then that has started to inform the work, which made us even think of a much bigger project of really continuing this, not only this performance as a form of fundraising and investigation and research, but also to parallel to this, to continue doing the research that needs to be done. Because we have challenges on finding time to talk to the artists, to really sit down with them. We really have time to connect because they're all really busy too, doing things in Puerto Rico. Surviving. So I think that was an element of not surprise, but just a reality check of what is the reality of curating in Puerto Rico for performance artists, especially experimental independent performance artists.
So basically, and to add to what Awilda just said, what was important about this space that we actually realized after that is the intimacy or the vulnerable aspect of the space we were intending to create, perhaps without knowing, because it was so like intimate in terms of the amount of people and the actual fact. I mean, cooking for people, serving people like in a humble way. Like here we're giving you the best that we have. So just a note on that. And this I find very appropriate to say in Spanish, so I will say it in Spanish. Entendemos que es a partir del cuerpo en movimiento y de la traslación que surgen estas necesidades de crear espacios en el que quepan nuevas formas de hacer y de hacerse arte, de entenderse, de establecer relaciones interpersonales a través de la práctica. Esto se manifiesta en sí mismo a través del proceso creativo en el que se establecen unos vínculos que trascienden espacios geográficos, delimitando nuevas formas de relacionarse con él o con la otra, que en el caso del brunch performance se manifiesta con la creación de un espacio íntimo en nuestro hogar en el que los y las involucradas puedan restablecer unas pautas de interacciones a partir del absurdo y de la despersonalización, sino también y ello de la permisividad que se dan a sí mismos para hacerse.
We find that from the place of the body, of the movement of the body, of translocating, from moving from one place to another, from creating one space and creating another, and the act of doing the work, doing the art, that these created and established personal, interpersonal relationships through the practice. It manifests itself through the creative process, establishing connections, personal connections, intimate connections with those people that come into the work and start relating to the work. It was through the work of the brunch performance that we realized how important and pertinent that had to be as part of our practice. That intimacy, that vulnerability, that interconnection, personal connection, really moving out and in of the space, and also bringing the audience, aka the witness, what I like to call, into the intimate space of not only our home, but also of this alter ego, of this new absurd space that we create so anything can happen.
And I think along with that, it was through this practice of the brunch performance that we realized that the artists, each of the artists we were researching on, the core of their work is pretty much the same. It is very deep into human relations, interactions, caring for each other, vulnerability, making connections with audience in a more participatory way, which I think is a very particular aesthetic of experimental art in Puerto Rico, I dare to say. So it was basically through doing that we have acknowledged all these other things.
And then our plan is to continue our research, embracing the practical/performative aspect of our project, understanding the importance of talking, writing, documenting, archiving, and by archiving right now, hashtagging becomes a really main source for archiving our work. And we acknowledge, one, that the body and the voice, we acknowledge the body as a voice, and the historicity in the act of doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Instagram #brunch performance.
Just going to switch these around. This is really, really elegant, as you can see. I needed this word translocating. I'm happy about this word translocating. I'm going to stick with that. Since they're working technically,
one of the words that came to mind when we knew that the word for this panel was situation was also inflection. And I think inflection is a very interesting way of getting out of this clarity of what is a binary of a subject position. And so one of the ones, you can speak the same language or speak variations of a language and inherit either shibboleths, so ways of inflecting that you don't know that you're doing, and also have ways in which you can be multiply dialectical, as many of us here are. So we're going to move on, but I was just wanting to sort of say that in the transitions at one point somebody said, here we are in Canada, and that is a statement right away that will be very situating for a lot of the people in this room. It's not something that is necessarily agreed upon here by any means. So we're going to move on, but also talk about those sites of location and situating.
Hello? Yes. So today I made PowerPoint, and I don't like PowerPoint, but today I made PowerPoint so that you can understand the situation of Japan very easily, and also my English very easily. Yeah, so I begin. Yes, I'm very delighted to be here as the only presenter from Asia in this international conference. And I think most of you are interested in the situation of performing arts in Asia. But I have to say, I don't know other Asian countries' situation very well, because the networking of performing arts within Asia is not so strong in compared with within Europe. So I would like to present today mainly about the situation in Japan. At first, I'd like to introduce you one Japanese contemporary artist who was presented in Venice Biennale last year. His name is Koki Tanaka, and his Japanese pavilion was awarded a special mention in the year. And what's interesting was not only the artist's name, can you see? But also the curator's name that was credited in this pavilion. The curator was Mika Kuraya, who is a chief curator of the Department of Fine Arts, the National Museum of Modern Art, Tokyo. And now we go back 2 years. In the Venice Biennale 2011, the German pavilion was awarded Best Pavilion. The artist of the pavilion was Christoph Schlingensief, who died in 2010. He started his career as a film director, and Matthias Lilienthal, the former chief dramaturg of Volksbühne Berlin, asked him to work in the theater field. Now we can compare these two photos. One is with a curator and an artist. The other is with a dramaturg and an artist. My topic of today's presentation is there any difference between a curator and a dramaturg? Or is it meaningful to compare these two professions? In today's presentation, I begin with describing the work of the curator in compared to that of the dramaturg, with referring some studies and my interviews with dramaturgs. Actually, this part is based on my PhD research, which I did in Germany last year. I don't have much time today. I'm going to look over this part very quickly. Then I investigate the reception of the position of curator and dramaturg in Japan. After that, I will investigate the relationship between the curator and dramaturg through the case study of Festival Tokyo. And to begin with the main part, I'd like to introduce myself very quickly. And I'm a freelance dramaturg in Tokyo of theater and also for opera. And from this year, I'm working also for Festival Tokyo as a production coordinator. I study dramaturgy in Tokyo and Leipzig, and I'm just finished my PhD. And next month, I'm going to work in Heberam Ufa Berlin temporarily for the Japanese Theater Festival, which takes place in the end of May. So now let's begin the main part. Curator and dramaturg. The profession curator began in the 18th century in the museum, and their job was to take care of the museum's collection. At the same time, the profession dramaturg began in the 18th century in German National Theater. Gotthold Ephraim Lessing was invited as a dramaturg and a consultant in National Theater Hamburg in 1767. Their main job was to help the director decide the lineup of the year and so on. The major difference of these two words is actually the curator basically refers to the museum and the dramaturg refers to the theater. I try to say in a different way. There is a profession curator in the museum and there is a profession dramaturg in the theater, especially in German-speaking country. In my point of view, this profession of dramaturg is so strongly connected with national theater system in Germany. I think the difference of these words differs according to every country's context. And in her article in Culture of Curatorial, Pelgo Hussmann said that, I quote, "Hardly any person responsible for programming, producing, and mediating artistic work in the context of a festival or theater is called or called herself a curator. Instead, existing official job descriptions are programmer in general or artistic director, dramaturg, or producer, depending on the institutional profile and main activity of the respective person," end of the quote. Instead, these two professions have some similarities. Kashi Tanner and Sinken Benhardt did many interviews with dramaturgs in their book Dramaturgy and Performance. In their interview, dramaturg and curator Norman Fritsch draws parallels between dramaturgy and curation, which he describes as the process of finding an appropriate presentational format for the subject under investigation. As Beatrice von Bismarck mentioned, the meaning of curating has changed the last 20 years. Before that, a curator needs not to be an artist, him or herself basically, and nowadays a curator tends to be understood as a creative artist. Curator as an artist. To this point, I want to add that the meaning of dramaturgy has changed in the last 20 years as well. For example, Marianne van Kerkhoven made the term new dramaturgy and so on. And the function of dramaturg also changes. Japanese theater scholar Eiichiro Hirata classified the three essential roles of dramaturgy in his book, The Dramaturg Toward Promoting the Theater Arts 2010. It's written in Japanese. And the first role is the dramaturgy of programming. And in my opinion, this role is based on the national theater system in German-speaking country, where employs full-time actors, technicians, and also dramaturgs. The second role is the dramaturgy of a production. And the trend in German theater after the 1970s is to direct a classical play in modern way, and the director wants to have his intellectual supporter. This role is often called a production dramaturg. The main role of a production dramaturg is to consider the context of new production and to observe the production process with external eyes. For example, the chief dramaturg in Theater Bremen, Benjamin von Bromberg, described his role as a mediator between the artist and the audience in my interview. The third function is the dramaturgy of audience and education, which is also common in the museum. Based on Hirata's classification, I made attempt to draw this chart to illustrate the difference of curator and dramaturg. In my chart, I classified the two functions of dramaturgy. One is the dramaturgy of production, and the other is the dramaturgy of curation. Generally speaking, the first role is often called a dramaturg or a production dramaturg, and the second role is called a curator. It's only my attempt. And what's interesting is nowadays some dramaturgs play both roles. The fact that some dramaturgs become a festival director is a proof of this, I think. For example, Matthias Lilienthal, who had worked as a chief dramaturg in Berlin Volksbühne and production dramaturg of Christoph Schlingensief, worked in Off-Scene Theater Hebel am Ufer, Berlin, and now he's a director of Theater der Welt, which will take place in Mannheim next month. Stefanie Karp, who was the chief dramaturg in Theater Zurich and production dramaturg of Christoph Marthaler, was a director in Wiener Festwochen until last year, and so on. With change of these situations, the border between a curator and a dramaturg going to be vague. Now I change my topic, and I would like to trace briefly the reception of the position of curator and dramaturg in Japan. During the last decade, the titles of curator and dramaturg have been imported in Japan, and the number of artists calling themselves curators or dramaturgs slowly increased. Before that, there was of course such profession that who takes care of the museum's collection, and they called themselves as gakugein in Japanese. To distinguish this with this word, curator in Japanese refers to the person who takes care of international coordination. The reception of dramaturg is also the same. The dramaturg in Japan refers to the production dramaturg. For example, a dramaturg is defined as a partner of a director in Japanese theater dictionary. Actually, in Japan, there is hardly national theater system like Germany, so there was no dramaturgy of programming in Japan. There is a producer, and he borrows the theater, and he produced the production. In the last 10 years, some theaters have a tendency to produce lineup by themselves, and the dramaturgy of curation is also needed. Regarding this point, the transformation of a production process is important. Japanese theater critic Akihiko Senda points out most of the theater group from the 1960s to 1980s were led by a kind of artistic despotic method by its leader, who is at the same time dramatist and the director of the group. There are still some groups with these methods in contemporary Japanese theater, but on the other hand, some Japanese directors took issue with the traditionally hierarchical theatrical production process and began to work as a collective. The first artist collective in Japan, probably you know, was Downtime, which was founded in 1984. It was an artistic collective of specialists of visual arts, theater, dance, architect, musical composer, and computer programmer. It is characteristic that in the end of the 20th century, such an artistic collective appeared all over the world. German theater scholar Hans Lehmann used a term post-dramatic theater to describe this change. In post-dramatic theater, all theatrical elements tend to have an equal weight in the performance process. Therefore, a traditional hierarchy of theatrical process changes as well. Such a change was also found in 21st century in the Japanese theater. Thus, a production dramaturg was needed for those directors in search of new forms of production in Japan. 3. Case study of Festival Tokyo. From now on, I investigate the relationship between the curator and the dramaturg through the case study of this festival. A performing arts festival in Tokyo since 2009. The program director of the festival is Chiaki Soma. She studied cultural policies in Lyon and began to work in the former festival in Tokyo. And she led the festival from 2009 to 2013. So now take the last festival, for example. It ran about 1 month and 15 pieces were presented. 7 pieces out of 15 were invited from abroad. Indonesia Theatre Studio, Labia Mlue, Living Protocol, Forced Entertainment, and Back to Back Theatre. Actually, these foreign artists are regular artists in the European festival, and actually, it's very interesting thema to the relationship between European festival and Japanese festival or Asia festival, but it's another thema today. And the rest were created by Japanese artists. She curated festivals every year with the following concepts: toward a new real, evolving real, thriving theater, what can we say, beyond words, and travels in narratives. To realize these concepts, she is working as a curator, a program director, and as a production dramaturg of Pluto B, a Japanese theater group. This is a list of the production. I think it's unusual that the same theater group is selected every year, as the program director works as a production dramaturg during the festival. But I think it was a good method to state her slogan practically. Akira Takayama founded Pluto B in 2002. He made a loose unit collaborating with artists and others working outside the conventional theater medium. In 2009, he built an installation of prefab compartment units. Inside, visitors could view the footage he made through interviews with the people of the park. Further, there was a talk events and promenade performance. This project was invited in Wiener Festwochen 3 years ago. In 2010, he set up evacuation points around the urban space which connected audiences with the realities of the city through the internet in the complete manual of evacuation Tokyo. This project is going to be held in Mosenturm, Frankfurt this autumn. In today's presentation, I will use as my example Portuguese referendum project, 2011. Now we go back to 3 years, Japan 2011. As you know, the great earthquake and nuclear disaster occurred in Japan 2011. After such a big disaster, most of the Japanese were shocked. They didn't know what to do. Thus Soma stated the theme, what can we say? This slide shows you the statement of this project. And this project is a track installation with DVD interviews with 440 middle school students and which toured 14 locations in Tokyo and Fukushima. A mobile truck is parked in the most happening place in Tokyo, and the inside of this truck is redesigned. There are 8 video booths, and people can choose DVD in each booth and watch them as many times as they want. There are interviews of junior high school students who live in Tokyo and Fukushima, and the interview questions is almost the same. What will you do if you become a prime minister? Do you think there would be a war in the future? What's going on in Japan? And so on. After watching some DVDs, people fill up the questionnaire form. These questionnaires are almost the same as asked in the DVD interview. This paper is scanned and uploaded on the website. After the big disaster, Takayama wanted to try to archive voices of Japanese people. It can be seen as the answer of the festival theme, What Can We Say?, which Soma titled. As a dramaturg, Soma discussed with Takayama and they created the concept of this project together. In addition to this, they conduct seminars during the festival, and Soma was the host of these sessions. This project continued every year since then, and last year it made tour in Japan. To be a program director and a dramaturg is very challenging. Is it possible to be a curator and a director and a dramaturg at the same time? Actually, I don't have an answer of the question. I want to keep this question open. At the beginning of the presentation, I mentioned that the networking of performing arts within Asia is not so strong. To finish my presentation, I'd really like to give you one example about new network in East Asia. The title of this project is LEAD. It stands for Residency East Asia Dialogue, the new project of Chiaki Soma. What's interesting is not only the artist, but also his or her curator, who is also invited in this residency program. In summation, I can say that the presence of curator and dramaturg is going to be important, not only in Japan, but also in East Asia. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. We have quite a bit of time for questions, actually. It falls very well. So I wanted to first see whether people here had questions for all of these translocations and possibilities. And then otherwise, perhaps there are conversations that we might want to have up here as well. Est-ce qu'il y a peut-être des questions pour commencer? Well, here's one of the questions too, and I think this is where the question here of the situation is really, really interesting, because we have among the people here somebody who is not the author of the text. We also have an absent speaker. So I think there's really something happening live on stage in the way that this question of situating our interventions plays out really. And I think that was very, very nicely addressed in what you were doing, and very interestingly sort of translated and transmuted in what you were talking about in terms of moving towards being more collective. But before we maybe start with that, is there somebody here who has a question from the beginning? Okay, then I'm going to ask a question. My privilege. My question would be, in this possibility of creating another space, I'm going to start this with here, but it might apply. Through the necessity of doing, how do you see possibilities of transmitting that into a future practice? Does that make sense? Like, you're creating something very, very generative in the relations that you're cultivating, and where do you see that moving?
As a performer, it's interesting because I'm actually moving towards traveling my work in a carry-on bag. And part of that is because of this necessity of, like, we have to be able to do what we have, and not to say that those that have access to certain things, that their work is not important, but in my case, and as a body-based artist, I found that it's very important that we come to simplicity, also because what commodity is, what money is, what capitalism is, there's a whole social political statement with that of, like, I can move my body and I can do my work anywhere I can, and that's, for me, minimalism has become part of my own practice, and I hope to move forward towards that, because the spaces are not as available as they used to be, the funding is not as available as it used to be, the curator is not even as available as it needs to be, as we're having here the conversation about the curator for the performer, because in our context of Puerto Rico, the artist themselves becomes a curator, not because they go, oh my God, I don't have a curator. They just go, I need to do the work. And then we look at them and we're like, oh wow, they're being curators too. And because of that not having, it just creates us, I think, even more of superheroes than anything, of just doing the work because it has to be done in whatever position the artist puts himself in. And I can just talk from my own practice, but for me it's about social change and social justice and really transforming spaces and intimacy and interconnections with people. It's the main thing, because we are humans, and that's the most important thing, especially when we talk about performance and being present.
I think to add to that, in terms of this particular two-part work we're doing, we have talked about this, is I think what we are trying to do, in a sense, is to let the process of researching and creating itself to reveal its methodology, in a sense, and kind of to honor that the practice in itself, each creative practice demands a very particular way of doing, and because of that, it develops or it generates a very specific knowledge, like context-specific, body-specific, situational specific. So I think in a sense, with this particular work, we are trying to achieve is to allow those things to inform each other and tell us what is it that needs to emerge from it, and how is it that we are approaching it, like to develop, like what is the methodology that is rising from the doing, the actual doing, and then therefore the knowledge that is generated throughout the process, if that makes sense. It does for me.
I don't know if that question spoke to you, so I'll ask you a separate one, if that's okay. One of the things, I mean, the last example was absolutely beautiful of what we have to say. And so I was wondering too, in importing this position that's so historically associated with state institutions, how do you think that the generation that is choosing to take up the task of curation but not its affiliation. I know you're a freelancer and it's a big part of how you work. How does that re-articulate the politics of what you experienced abroad and the work that you're interested in investing in at home?
Yeah, actually, Japanese culture politics is not so progress in compared to that of Europe. And yeah, for example, we have theater in Tokyo, and I don't know how many theaters is there in Tokyo, but I think 500 or 600 or more. But for theater, there is no producers or, yeah, there is only, it's only, how can I say, it's only theater, and this theater don't produce anything, and people can pay money to rent the theater, and they can perform something there, and the theater which produce by themselves is very new trend in Japan in these 2 years or in the last 20 years. And so to product some artistic things is not so easy in Japan, and there is no so many budget in culture politics in Japan, and also to manage my festival is very difficult because the Japanese is very carefully they observe how can we use for money, for what we should use money also. And for example, this Takayama project, when he won attempt to make some project with against the nuclear power also, it was so strong demonstrated by the city. And so the situation between culture and politics is very not so easy in Japan, and therefore the curator's task is very important. And at first they have to curate some projects, but they have to organize the project with politics and so on. So I think I mentioned that the profession of dramaturg and curator is different from every country's context. And in Japanese context, the curator or dramaturg is very responsible for these political things, I think.
So my name is Jane Gabriels, and I have a question for Maria-Lise and Awilda. I know you're saying in Puerto Rico you become curators out of necessity because artist curators, that's how you're going to move things forward. And I have a question about what would be your ideal curatorial relationship with another person. And I'm asking that specifically, full disclosure, like I've worked a little bit with Maria-Lise on that small project when you wrote something, and I'll be working with Awilda soon at the end of this month in the Bronx. But I'm wondering specifically, what would that ideal curator be in Puerto Rico, specifically? Just curious.
I think, let me just dream a little bit from my political biases, and we were having this discussion outside with a colleague named Mary. She's there somewhere. Where's Mary? There she is. I think what I will dream of in terms of the relationship of the artist curator, as we were talking this morning, as a mediator, will be this being person or relationship that pretty much tries to convey or to put together this work of art or bring possibilities to artists in relation to the community, like the real circumstances and the real things that are happening in everyday life, in a sense, because I think it's very important. Because sometimes we as artists are perhaps so involved in the doing and the making, and we do struggle in our everyday life, but then we sometimes detach a little bit from that relationship to that person who is like live next to us. So I think my idea, the artist as a person, it could be that as the person that embodies all those things is to reposition the work of art in a sense, and to connect to that reality. and not necessarily put it in a place where it's not accessible to perhaps everybody. I think that's what my dream will be.
Well, for me, ideal will be to actually have, it's great to hear about Japan and understanding that the theaters become now just these rental spaces, and then you have to just go in and pay $800, whatever it is, and that's how you create the work. So the curator is really becoming a producer, the manager. And I think that it will be ideal to have the role of the curator present in order for other works to happen, and then the artist can remove a little bit itself, even though for some of us it's become just so natural to create the space and design it and have that experience. And but I know for other artists, especially young emerging artists in Puerto Rico, it will be great to have that holding hand to make sure that that work gets done, and they don't have to get involved in all the bureaucratic, administrative, money, things like they can actually fly and be and create and let us have that moment as audience and really as witness to share that. I think that ideally that will be something that I would love for Puerto Rico to have, because I remember one time in my life hearing it happening in New York, hearing it happening in all these spaces where people will go to your show and then be like, I love your show, come here and show. No more, we're gonna commission you, doesn't matter. What, writing a long grant? Like there's all this other aspect of the work of being the artist that is just exhausting. And I think that the dream sequence will be to not have to do that and be able to actually do the creative practice and do the work. And that curator or that person can connect us with what really our work is for. You know, that doesn't have to be only living in the theater space. It doesn't have to live only in the gallery, that it can live in the community, it can live in the schools, it can live everywhere, but that takes a lot of legwork. And we have to then negotiate as artists what to do first between our artistry and our community mission and what we really want to do. So ideally that we can all rest and sleep and do the work.
Excellent point. Does anybody else have a question? Because otherwise I think with these pluralizings of curating that are coming up really beautifully here, I think we might want to dwell with that, unless one of you guys has a question for each group.
I do have a question that it came up to my mind while you were reading the paper. And it's just, I don't know if it's a question or if it's a comment, so perhaps it's just like both. And it's just the importance of not only the university setting, but also of the pedagogical relationship or the pedagogical setting in encouraging or supporting innovation in terms of art. And then I've heard that this morning, I think Dina was talking about the class of curating performance that just took place, and then the dream sequence of perhaps a master's or a program on curating performance, and also the certification that is in Connecticut, is it? So I think my question is like, what is for us? How do we acknowledge or how do we embrace the importance of education or an educational setting, or either translated as university, as informal, as mentoring, whatever, in encouraging, supporting, and promoting curating? And how do we envision that, if we are here to envision how that setting will help us to push forward the artistic practices, the diversities of artistic practices, without compromising the artist or without censoring the artist? I think that's a question for all of us to think about.
I found the question really interesting, and something just popped in my mind. I think it's really important to not try to create education towards what arts already has, because arts, all the form of arts, are a big resource of education, and we tend to forget that, and we tend to create things above it, but there's so much information, so much that the basics are there. So this is what comes to mind first.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Judy Hussey Taylor. I'm very moved by all of your presentations and even our absent presenters, and really draws my attention to using situations, specificity, to think of the curatorial role as a political act. And I think that the issue I see, I think you're getting at this a little bit, is when you're so in it and you're responding, and we all struggle with this, whether it's the big issues or even smaller day-to-day issues, that there's very little time for reflection and documentation and historicizing, which is the other role that the curator can provide with the right resources. And I think that was, again, a part of that need to have an institute or a place to come together, and all of those are not, I believe, should be driven by the artist, or at least engagement with the artist, although they can't have all the answers. So in that way, I see it as I would like to think of it as curator, artist, co-conspirators in intervening in history.
I declared us out of session early. Have fun. Oh, Dina wants to say something.
Just a very small question. Is Mary McDonald here? Mary McDonald? Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Have fun.